Good morning, everyone. This is Mia.
Morning, Mia.
Morning, Mia.
Good morning.
We are live currently.
Okay, I'm just going to try this title slide to make sure that I can pull it up, okay?
Okay.
Can you see it okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thanks. You know what? I'm going to try it one. Let me make sure I can put it in the proper view. Hello? Good morning. Okay, just wanted to make sure you can hear me. Thank you. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting in a few minutes. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I'll ask everyone to mute their phones as they're talking. At this time, I would like to turn to Dr. Simpson. Dr. Simpson, would you mind calling the roll, please?
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Bartley,
Present.
Ms. Bates,
Present.
Mr. DeShiel,
Present.
Dr. Getty,
Present.
Dr. Green, Ms. Hallie,
Present.
Dr. Lee,
Present.
Ms. McCusker,
Present.
Dr. Millie McCarthy,
Present.
Ms. Morrow,
Present.
General Sumter,
Present.
Dr. Wilcox,
Present.
Mr. Wu,
Present.
Dr. Salmon, I see you can't, Dr. Salmon, but I can't hear you.
Thank you. Good morning. I pushed the wrong button.
All right, good morning. And Mr. Crawford,
Good morning.
thank you. The roll is complete.
Thank you. Mr. Schoen?
You have a quorum, 13 members are present.
Okay. Dr. Green sent us a note earlier this morning indicating that she had a conflict. She would try to perhaps join us in the afternoon. So again, I would like to welcome the board members and staff and members of the public to our meeting, provide comments. This meeting will be conducted virtually. The public can access the meeting through the town hall streams and the YouTube streaming on the state board's meeting webpage. The meeting agenda and the materials will also be posted there. The archive video will be posted on that same website. During the meeting, only the board members and staff presenters will be able to speak. Board members will be asked to hold their comments and questions until the end of the presentation. Board members and staff should identify themselves when speaking. Dr. Salmon will respond to each question, or she will call upon an appropriate staff member to assist her. Voting will be conducted by voice or roll call for any action items, and Mr. Schoen will ratify the vote. Well, this morning, I would like to welcome our presenters for the public comment period. I will call each presenter, speaker. Each person will be given 3 minutes to speak. Dr. Simpson will serve as the timekeeper. When the time expires, the speaker will be permitted to finish a sentence, but is required to make no further remarks. At the end of the 3-minute period, speakers will immediately be released from the call meeting room by the meeting room manager. Please direct your comments to the entire board and not to an individual. Board members will not respond to the speaker's comments, but take everything into account. And written statements and other materials should be submitted electronically to Dr. Simpson, who will make sure that the copies are made available to the board. Okay, so without any further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Scott Smith, Zam, St. Mary's County Board of Education. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Again, I am Scott Smith, Superintendent of St. Mary's County Public Schools, and speaking on behalf of BZAN. On October 24th, 2017, I attended the State Board of Education meeting as was our PSAM tradition at the time to have at least one superintendent attend each board meeting in person. A particular note at that meeting was an agenda item, graduation requirements and the bridge plan for academic validation. The 2-hour and 20-minute presentation and following discussion resulted in the creation of the high school task force. The task force had 3 primary charges: 1, studying and making recommendations on credit requirements for obtaining a Maryland high school diploma; 2, options for awarding high school diplomas; and 3, assessment requirements for high school graduation. Today, I bring brief comments in support of the task force's final charge, assessment requirements for high school graduation. After many meetings, much research, and collaborative discussion, the task force made the concluding recommendation to decouple high school exams from exit requirements and have them become end-of-course assessments that contribute to 20% of that course's final grade. For a student to be awarded the Maryland high school diploma, they would have to take the state end-of-course assessment and earn a passing percentage overall for that course. The task force examined several states that had this model and also considered the most recent research, finding that a student's course grade is a stronger predictor of college and career success than standardized assessments. Decoupling high school exams from exit requirements also addresses the challenges school systems face when a student passes a course but does not meet the cut score on the state assessment. When this happens, each school must remediate and retest the student the following year and accommodate that in the student's schedule. If the student is not successful in the second attempt, school systems then move to the bridge plan, which requires even more student time and additional staffing resources. If the state board adopts recommendation 3.1 to decouple high school exams from exit requirements, the bridge plan would no longer be necessary, as students failing to pass the course would retake the entire year and retake the end-of-course assessment as part of the final grade. In the most challenging year public education has ever faced, the recommendation to move to an integrated end-of-course assessment model that holds students and staff accountable, but does that within the framework of the traditional grading system, makes a great deal of common sense. And common sense should underpin all our decisions today, tomorrow, and all the days that follow. I want to thank you for your consideration and urge you to support this recommendation of the high school task force. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'd like to turn to Dr. Kelly Griffith of PSAM, Talbot County Board of Education. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Yes, I am Kelly Griffith. I'm the superintendent of Talbot County Public Schools and also the president of PSAM. The Public School Superintendents Association of Maryland appreciates the department and board's outreach in creating the MSD dashboard. Currently, many local school systems are hosting their own dashboards or participating with their local government platforms. Additionally, our health metrics are being captured on newly released Maryland Department Health dashboards specific to school cases and outbreaks. We are also meeting with MDH and health directors weekly to address the health protocols. Thank you to Dr. Salmon for setting that up. We really appreciate that. And I know I sent you a letter with this information, but I know we've had some revisions to the dashboard. So I would like to actually follow through with a revised statement. With the extensive data reporting to multiple entities, we are pleased with this newly revised dashboard limited to actionable items under the purview of the state board. We certainly appreciate Dr. Salmon having a discussion with all of the superintendents and the focus on equity and engagement data points. We agree that measuring technology devices and connectivity data are appropriate and important for the board to review as they're entering discussions about upcoming legislative initiatives that need to level the playing field for access to educational opportunities across schools in Maryland. We know that you advocate for these things for us. We also appreciate the inclusion of the participation rate, including the rate of those chronically absent from instruction. It is imperative that we exhaust all efforts in assuring each child is engaging in their education. As far as fine arts and athletics, we will also rely on the health department's guidance to resume when it's safe to do so. Again, we appreciate the board for seeking our input regarding the dashboard. We appreciate the dialogue with Dr. Salmon and looking at the data points. We also look forward to working with the department on a communication plan when the dashboard is finalized and released to the public. By working together, we can ensure there is a safe return to schools and the delivery of an effective, successful public education to our students during this global pandemic. Thank you again for your partnership and reaching out and talking with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'd like to turn to Ms. Freely. MABE President, welcome.
Good morning. President Crawford, Superintendent Salmon, and other members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself and to highlight several priority funding and policy requests. I'm Tammy Fraley, current president of the Allegheny County Board of Education, and as of October 2020, the current president of the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, aka MABE. I'm a native Texan, but I've lived in Maryland since 2005. I have 4 boys. One graduated from Allegheny County Public Schools, one graduated from Mineral County, West Virginia Public Schools, and 2 are currently in the 5th and 9th grade in Allegheny County. I'm honored to be able to represent the LEAs as the MABE president and look forward to being part of the clearing the field of disappointment and or negative opinions in Maryland education and supporting the LEAs in bridging impossible challenges into possible successes. The Maryland Association of Boards of Education requests your concerted efforts to address the following critically important issues of state budget security, regulatory waivers, and student assessments. First, MABE greatly appreciates your previous action to allow local schools to count as enrolled those students engaged in virtual learning who have not yet met the annual immunization requirements. Building on this action, MABE requests your partnership in advocating for the state budget that holds us harmless from potential funding cuts based on the reduced headcount from September 30th of 2020, as those counts will not reflect the expected attendance in the fall of 21. Secondly, MABE appreciates your timely actions to waive student assessment requirements and requests similar reasonably limited waivers for the 2021 school year. While MABE supports a statewide student performance accountability system, the limitations of in-person learning and testing presented by the state of emergency and the impact of COVID-19 clearly warrants these waivers. Third, MABE fully supports your initiative to provide a dashboard devoted to educational issues. Lastly, MABE supports the high school graduation task force recommendation to utilize the 3 standardized state assessments in algebra, English, and government as an end-of-course assessment, comprising 20% of a student's grade. Again, we join the superintendents in advocating for an equitable assessment system that prioritizes, whenever possible, student instruction informed by diagnostic assessments. On behalf of all local boards, MABE would greatly appreciate the state board's leadership on these important policy and funding issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, we would like to turn to Ms. Heather Beck. Ms. Beck?
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Heather Beck, and I work in Howard County as an educational sign language interpreter. I'm here to address certification and licensure for educational sign language interpreters working with deaf and hard of hearing children in Maryland on a daily basis. Qualified educational interpreters take specialized programs, years of formal training, hold certifications, appropriate assessment scores, and continue their education on behalf of deaf and hard of hearing students. American Sign Language is a language with its own grammar, syntax, rules for phonology, morphology, and pragmatics, separate from that of English. It is the responsibility of an educational interpreter to know this information and apply it every day. Unfortunately, that is not always the case. There are people in Maryland working under the title of an educational interpreter who have never been assessed, and some who have never had scores showing that they are providing 40% access of the curriculum to these children. 40%. Some counties in Maryland are hiring people who learn signs from a book without any knowledge of the roles and responsibilities they have for these children. They then go into a school setting and are expected to be language role models and the deaf and hard of hearing students' only access to curriculum and social interactions around them. They are written into individual education plans as acceptable accommodations for access. 40%. Qualified educational interpreters provide 80% or above. The interpreting profession has multiple national certifications and assessments, and 43 states use these qualifications to give a certificate for licensure. I believe the biggest reason this continues to happen is because many people are not aware that students aren't getting the access to education that is their right to receive by law, and that is why we are bringing it up today. My hope is that we can help MSDE understand the severity of the situation and begin requiring educational interpreters receive certificates and licensure to work in Maryland, so that we can provide these children an education equal to that of their hearing peers. Many people believe that mainstreaming deaf and hard of hearing children is the least restrictive environment. Without a qualified educational interpreter, I guarantee that will never be the case. Like teachers, audiologists, and speech-language pathologists, educational interpreters are related service providers, as stated in the IDEA. All those positions, except for educational interpreters, must ultimately be certificated or licensed to work with children here in Maryland. On behalf of these children, we are asking for your support to hold Maryland educational interpreters accountable and held to the same standards as other related service providers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'd like to turn to Ms. Cynthia Gonzalez.
Good morning, Dr. Salmon, General Sumter, and esteemed members of Maryland State Board of Education. My name is Cynthia Gonzalez, and I am a sign language interpreter employed by a public school system in Maryland. My remarks today relate to state oversight of people like me, educational interpreters who use sign language. Currently in the state of Maryland, there is no statewide credentialing or licensing process for sign language interpreters in any profession. Sign languages include American Sign Language, Pidgin Sign Language, and other manual forms of communication. I believe MSDE should be involved in certifying the staff who provide sign language interpreting services to deaf and hard of hearing students in K-12 education. Students who use sign language interpreters or educational interpreters have no guarantee that the services they receive meet any kind of standard. I would like to see that changed. Specifically, I would like MSDE to certify educational interpreters, and I am working with a team to introduce legislation which will enable you to do that for those who meet a minimum standard. What does that mean? Like teachers, we would have to show attainment of national certification and continue to learn by accumulating continuing education credits. Proof of those two items would be submitted to MSDE, who would then issue a certificate. School systems searching for qualified interpreters could use that certificate as a measure of skill. How would an educational interpreter show attainment of certain skills? We would present acceptable scores on the EIPA or paperwork showing RID certification. What is EIPA, you ask? The EIPA, or Educational Interpreter Performance Assessment, is a national test that consists of two parts, a 75-question written test and a 4-part performance test. Passing the written test with a score of 75% and earning a 4.0 score on the performance portion is the proposed standard. RID, which is the Registry of Interpreters of the Deaf, offers certification as well, and their assessment covers areas in addition to education. Passing either of these tests would be sufficient. Continuing education credits would be earned by attending appropriate courses and paying fees. You may be wondering who else thinks professional standards are a good idea. NAIE, the National Association of Interpreters in Education, is an organization of interpreters who provide services to support the communication needs of deaf and hard of hearing students in educational settings. While they are unable to lobby in support of any legislation, it is their mission to support best practices which benefit students. Additional efforts statewide to regulate all sign language interpreters are being undertaken at this time, some legislative, some executive. I appreciate the opportunity to address you this morning. I hope my comments today encourage you to investigate the role MSDE can play in crafting standards for educational interpreters. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'd like to turn to Ms. Cheryl Post from Maryland State Education Association. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Good to see you all. Good morning, President Crawford, Vice President Halley, and members of the board. I hope you and your families are well. As you know, we are in unprecedented times. In our letter dated November 24th, to which ironically I just received a response at 9:19 this morning, we asked Dr. Salmon to provide some leadership during these increasingly deadly times to provide certainty and declare all school buildings closed until at least the end of the first semester, or until, as a state, we are at least no longer well above the set metrics for positivity rate in cases per 100,000. At a time when health experts are stating the next 3 months will be the most difficult period for public health in our nation's history, and hospital beds are filling up, why continue to create the stress and uncertainty when you have the power to ease that stress and provide some consistency for students, educators, and families? And with vaccines on the horizon, it will be critically important to use consistent and transparent communications on the benefits and safety of vaccines, and that they explicitly recognize the disproportionate impact of coronavirus on Native, Black, and Latinx communities. Vaccine distribution planning and evidence-based campaigns must specifically address the disproportionate suffering and historical abuses in communities of color. We encourage collaboration at the state and local level to county health departments so they can hopefully use community schools and other school sites as vaccination locations. But a vaccine alone won't solve for the challenges our nation's public school students and educators are confronting during this pandemic. And a vaccine will not close the gaps exacerbated by widespread closures of school buildings or generations of underfunding schools in our communities of color. Your advocacy is needed to secure not only federal financial support for the immediate needs, but also to support the blueprint for Maryland's future that is the long-term pathway to invest and redesign in Maryland schools for years to come. We hope that you as a board will take a positive vote to override the veto as we begin the 2021 General Assembly. And as there appears to be light at the end of the tunnel for this pandemic, it is imperative that we collaborate on how we can address gaps in student learning. Educators are working hard, students and parents are working hard, but we all know that virtual and hybrid learning models will not provide the level of education we desire for students in Maryland. We can't simply take previous in-person instruction and standards and switch to digital, or expect a teacher to deliver both virtual and in-person instruction concurrently and expect the same outcomes. What we can do collaboratively in the next 1 to 3 months, what can we do in the next 1 to 3 months to make sure students have full access to digital learning and individual assistance? What can we do to ensure, as we can hopefully begin to transition back to a school, that we are identifying learning gaps and providing students the individual or small group instruction to supplement their learning? Can we begin to jointly advocate for increased funding for expanded summer school opportunities in the FY22 budget? I'm assuming that's my time is up. So our students are counting on all of us to work together, and I have provided you with written testimony.
Thank you very much. This time we'd like to turn to Mr. Doug Prouty, also of the Maryland State Education Association. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, President Crawford, Vice President Halley, members of the board. I'm Doug Prouty. I'm a 10th grade English teacher, serving as the Vice President of the Maryland State Education Association, representing 75,000 educators across the state of Maryland. We urge you today to approve waivers in line with those you've already passed to alleviate concern and anxiety about testing and graduation. Specifically, we ask that you waive graduation requirements for any student taking English 10, Algebra, and Government. You've already done so for juniors and seniors taking those courses this year, but it would be wise and offer some certainty in these times of so much uncertainty for all students to be included. These assessments must be given in person, so even if a hybrid or other in-person model is in place, there will be students whose health concerns or those of a parent, sibling, or caregiver prevent them from being able to be assessed. We would ask the waiver also apply to bridge project requirements for this year's graduates for many of the same reasons. As we consider the impact of assessments during this crisis, it's important to keep in mind the longer term in mind. Common sense and experience teach us that a student's progress is most accurately measured when it reflects a breadth and depth of work in a variety of assessment types and experiences. We also know that numerous studies that performance on a standardized test is affected by factors unrelated to a student's performance in the classroom and is not the most accurate measure of mastery of skills and of content. To this end, we encourage you to remove high-stakes tests in algebra, English, and government as a graduation requirement and incorporate them into the broader portfolio of assessment that is the student's semester grade. Due to the anomalies of standardized test performance noted earlier, it's also important to maintain the bridge plan for academic validation as we move away from high-stakes tests as gatekeepers to graduation. The bridge projects offer many students who suffer from test anxiety or other inhibitors the best opportunity to demonstrate their mastery of course content and then receive their diplomas. The longer-term needs of our schools will also be met if you provide the funding necessary to redress the inequities which have existed for far too long for Black and Brown students, those who are disabled, and those who live in lower-income households. Please support efforts to increase federal support for public schools and state and local governments by communicating with our representatives and senators in Washington. We encourage you to join our efforts to overturn the veto of the blueprint for Maryland's future, as well as the initiatives therein are exactly what our schools need. In order to ensure that you and the department have firsthand knowledge in advising and reaching decisions regarding assessment and graduation requirements in this most difficult time, we urge you to convene a small work group of stakeholders, which would include department staff, administrators, and frontline educators to consider research and make recommendations on additional waivers, which would make sense in the 2021 school year. Thank you for your time and your hard work on behalf of the public school students of Maryland.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'd like to turn to Mr. Christopher Lloyd, PISTAB Chair. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, President Crawford and members of the State Board. I'm Christopher Lloyd. I'm a National Board Certified Teacher, and I'm currently serving in the capacity of Chair of the Professional Standards Board. I'm here today as a part of our board's desire to increase the frequency and quality of communication between our two boards. We're thankful to you for reaching out to our board, and I'm thankful for the conversations I've had with the president and vice president of this board. I think there are examples of what we should be doing as we advance the work. I think there are times when we've relied on communication that passes through many people, almost like a game of telephone, where the delivered message in front of your board or in front of our board fully reflect the conversation we've had at our respective tables. And I think in so doing, we've developed a herd of elephants in a room that impacts the working relationships between the two boards. It is a relationship that is critical to advancing the work for the benefit of our young scholars here in the state. And so our board has reviewed our communication protocols and developed a good plan that we think will help us move that work forward. As a part of that plan, we've taken time and good discussion, tried to put the complexity of our thinking in a letter that I recently shared with President Crawford. And as Clarence and Jean and I have talked about, there are going to be some items we can agree on, some that will require some more conversation so that we can best understand each other, and some that will end up in disagreement. But I know that even those that end up in disagreement will each gain a perspective in that dialogue, and that's critical. I know that as you look at the letter, there will be other questions, and we ask that before action on regulations that we have some dialogue in a joint conference committee. Certainly, President Crawford and I will continue that dialogue as well. These are critically important times for our young scholars. We see the impact of this pandemic on the academic and the social emotional health of our children. It's a disproportionate impact on so many populations, all of which means there's a fierce urgency to this work. And I've always said that the smartest person in the room is the room. And our room is better when we talk and debate and agree and disagree together in direct conversation. So I want to just say thank you for this opportunity. I'm happy to return at any time here to answer any clarifying questions or engage in dialogue. And I certainly wish you to be well and be healthy as we focus on the honorable intent both of our boards have in this work. Thank you very much, President Crawford.
Thank you. We appreciate that. At this time, I'd like to turn to Dr. Erin Hager from the Maryland State School Health Council.
Yes, hello. Good morning, Dr. Salmon, President Crawford, Vice President Haley, and members of the board. My name is Erin Hager, and I am the chair of the Maryland State School Health Council. This is a legislated entity whose mission is to promote health for the whole child through supporting health promoting programs and policies and supporting activities of our local school health councils and state and local agencies. I was elected chair in 2018, and soon after my election, in collaboration with the past president, Dr. Alan Lake, and our executive board, we sent a letter to the Maryland State Graduation Task Force in support of the implementation of an additional graduation requirement that increases the quantity and quality of health education within high schools throughout Maryland. I'm here today to reiterate our support for an additional half credit of health education as a requirement for high school graduation in Maryland. Now more than ever, our children need the important health skills taught in health education. Moreover, as additional important health topics are legislated in Maryland, it is challenging to effectively cover all topics in only one semester. Health education is certainly not getting any less relevant as the world changes, and it's clear that Maryland citizens and lawmakers are concerned about the health of our youth. Additional time is needed for our students to gain the skills that are necessary to become health literate adults. I was pleased that the Graduation Task Force recommendations were discussed at the board meeting yesterday, and I would like to encourage you to vote to publish these recommendations, specifically the additional half credit of high school health education at the January board meeting as planned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it, everyone. Thank you very much, all of the speakers this morning. We value your input, and we thank you again for taking time to join with us today. As we...
Excuse me, President Crawford, this is Mia. I think we may have one more speaker on the line.
Okay. Did I miss them?
Ms. Diana Bergman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Yes, Ms. Bergman.
Good morning, State Board of Education members. My name is Diana Bergman. I'm a parent of 3 students in Baltimore County Schools. Gracias por esta oportunidad. Today, I'm here to share my concerns with our state grading and reporting policy currently and how it's being impacted not only by the current situation with our remote learning, but also when our school system has to recover from a ransom attack. Currently, Baltimore County Schools is in the recovery phase of a ransom attack, and parents have lost absolute all access to fully use our learning management system that helps us monitor our student progress. There hasn't been any pathway to support or recommendations from the state to help our 24 jurisdictions actually provide guidance and support during this recovery. And when I say we've lost access to communicate, we lost access to see our grade book for our students. So we can't contest grades that we might disagree with after the first marking period has passed. And I'm asking for a reasonable amount of time to extend that. Not only that, our learning management system also provides opportunity for our parents that English is not their first language to know what's going on with their student. Again, those features are not available in Baltimore County Schools currently. And I am very, very concerned that this could well happen again, unfortunately, to another jurisdiction and how they recover. We have lost the ability to successfully support our children during remote times due to this unforeseen circumstances. And it's at no fault of our students or our teachers or our principals or our school system trying to recover through this. But there is no clear pathway. There's no access currently for parents if they want to access and learn procedures that they might need to utilize. We have absolutely no idea when we will schedule our IEP team plans for our students to be able to help them during this time. So I'm asking this board to please consider some type of task force to come up with that support that the state could offer all 24 jurisdictions on a recovery path after a ransom attack. This is very common. We are seeing this not for each small school jurisdiction being impacted, but also our small hospitals. And just like our hearing impaired interpreters, I was a former interpreter for Baltimore County Public Schools. And we have no standard requirement in this state for our language interpreters that provide services or are well-versed in education language to help support parents with the language barrier. So please, I know you're going to be voting on some things, but we need to extend the process because there is a time restricted when a parent wants to contest grading and reporting grades. And that needs to be considered of setting a new pathway due to the challenges that we're seeing currently. Thank you, and I appreciate your time and this opportunity. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I'm glad we had an opportunity to hear from you. Thank you. As we get ready to transition to new business, there are 3 items on the consent agenda for new business. Approval of the October meeting minutes, personnel actions, the minutes were under tab 1, personnel actions under tab 2, and budget adjustments October 2020 tab 3. I would like to try something a little different today and seek the unanimous consent approval following some of the material we've been looking at and studying with respect to Robert's rules. So with that in mind, what I will do is I will cite the word objection 3 times. If no one objects, then the consent agenda is approved. If someone objects, then what we will need to do is then go through the formal process of a motion and a second, and then the voting. Okay. So we try something new, okay? Objection, objection, objection. Seeing no objection, the consent agenda is approved. Goodness, we actually are doing new stuff. This is really hard for me because I'm an introvert and it's just being on television is just, ooh, goodness. Nevertheless, we now move to the next item on our agenda. We turn to Dr. Salmon to introduce the staff, and this relates to the Code of Maryland regulations under tab 5, and the superintendent is requesting permission to publish amendments to the following regulations: 13A, 0607, 15B, reporting requirements, permission to publish; 13A, 0607, 18B, transportation grant, increased ridership of students with disability, permission to publish; 13A, 0206, 06A, state financial assistance under special education grant, permission to publish; and 13A, 0206, 07A, state financial assistance under the disabled student transportation grant, permission to publish. Dr. Salmon.
Thank you, President Crawford. And I'd like to invite Ms. Mary Gable to go through the explanation of these particular regulations. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Dr. Salmon, and good morning, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Haley, and members of the State Board. Thank you, Mr. Crawford, for reading through all 4 of those regulations and for citing that this is permission to publish. This is a very succinct request. Enrollment is collected annually from all students on September 30. However, the special education enrollment for both aid and also for transportation has not been collected until the last Friday in October, which is basically a month between the September 30 and the last Friday in October date. The request here all 4 of these regulations is to change that date from the last Friday in October to October 1, maintaining the October request, but changing it to October 1, which is far closer to the September 30. And so we request your approval for permission to publish for those 4 regulations. And just as a review, as we have done with a couple regulations, the language that is bolded in red is deleted language, and the language that's highlighted is the new language. So you can see that highlighted on each of yours. With that, we are open to any questions and request permission to publish as an action item for each of these 4 regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gable. At this time, seeing no, Ms. McCusker.
I just have a quick question. Do we anticipate any decrease in funding by moving this date back a month? I mean, it doesn't seem like a big difference. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't expecting this to somehow be detrimental to trying to properly calculate our special ed students.
I am going to answer that and say no. Ms. Frankowski is on the call, and I know she has analyzed this as the Assistant State Superintendent for Special Education. I will look for her confirmation of that response.
Yes, that's correct. And in fact, Ms. McCusker, that's the reason for the change. It will be a more direct alignment so that our school systems will be able to have that match for their enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, the floor is open for a motion.
President Crawford, this is Chip DeShiel. I move that we grant permission to publish the amendments to the 4 regulations as requested.
Thank you, Mr. DeShiel.
And by Warner Sumter.
Yes, General. Seconded by General Sumter. Seeing no question, can we do a voice and hand vote if everyone can turn on your video as well? We can do that, and we'll try to just do a voice and hand. Okay, all right. Those in favor of permission to publish these items, please signify by saying aye and raise your hand so it can be counted, so it can be seen and counted. Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Schoen, did you see?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Those opposed? Nay, raise your hand. Those abstaining, raise your hand. Mr. Schoen?
The motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to move to State Board Member Committee reports and updates. So the floor is now open for State Board members to make reports. Sally?
Okay, I'd like to report on the digital learning and board work group, and there's an advisory committee report as well. So I think there's someone from the department that could share a screen for the PowerPoint presentation. There we go. Okay. So as you know, this committee has been working away for several years now. So there's if you could advance to the next slide, please. The good news is that we have drafted and posted a request for information for all virtual school programs. And the intent of this request for information is to educate all of those that are on the advisory group in the department and on this board committee about the options that are available in the market and what best practices are happening. We have also talked obviously with peers in other states and looked at their programs, but we'd like to get the vendor point of view through this request for information. We also examined, because we had announced to the board in a previous meeting that we wanted to launch a process to develop a digital master plan. We used Utah's master plan as inspiration, and we received a presentation on their plan. Their plan was originally developed in 2016, and so they've made great progress against their plan. And in fact, the Maryland state has done many of those actions without the benefit of master plan, but we have the structure that they've employed has allowed them to continue to iterate to the benefit of their students. So it was also a good inspiration for our master plan. From there, we looked at the Future Ready framework, and we had developed through conversation a draft framework using department and committee input. And when we reviewed the Future Ready framework, which many of our local school systems are already using, we thought that this would be a good framework to adopt for our own purposes. There are some assessment tools that are aligned to this framework, and it is used in many other states. So we'll be working with that framework as we go forward to develop our master plan and using some of their tools. Future Ready is a not-for-profit, so we can do all of this work without additional cost to the state. In addition, we reviewed the recommended short, medium, and long-term goals that were presented from the advisory committee. And there's much of the work of that advisory committee, which I'll comment on later, that you can advance the slide, that is helping us as we've drafted our recovery plan. So when you look at the Future Ready framework, it includes 8 different gears, and each of these gears has been addressed in our conversations, but this gives us a nice framework for baseline assessment and tools to help us identify next steps. I'm not going to read each of these, except that I'll comment on the part of what we've seen. I'm kind of working from the bottom up. Part of what we've seen in some of the initiatives from Maryland is that friction points deal with budget and resources. So this gives us a framework that's national to look at how others have solved this problem. The robust infrastructure, we'll hear more from the department in terms of the infrastructure survey that has recently been completed and where there are gaps and plans to remediate in these areas. Leadership and change is very important. So we've been all about looking at how we can have more conversations with stakeholders and include them as we're going through discussions at all levels of the board. And that will continue in this digital master plan. But as we're looking towards change, we also need to make sure that we're empowering all of our partners with the skills that they need to lead their organizations in this time of change. Use of space and time really refers to virtual or hybrid learning. We've had some experiments during this time of COVID, and there are families that are having difficulty with these new models, but there are other families that are finding them very helpful. And so as we look at the state response, as we get past COVID, what have we learned during this time that we want to continue in future educational scenarios? And so that will be addressed in that gear chapter. The community partnerships have been an important part of the way that the department has operated to date, and we'll look to extend those partnerships as we look to extend our digital learning plans. Data and privacy, as we heard this morning, in terms of there's many that look for opportunities to hack into our systems, and we have some very important FERPA guidance that we have to make sure that as we move into more digital learning, we're mindful and are giving the guidance on data and privacy requirements. The department did lots this year to look at the professional learning to enable our teachers to deliver online instruction. We have some existing tools. We'll look at that baseline assessment and see where there are opportunities for us to continue in that development of our professional community. And then obviously in terms of curriculum instruction and assessment, that's the core of what we're doing in every day in our classrooms. and no matter what the delivery medium is. If we can go to the next slide. So the Digital Learning Advisory Committee, you'll recall we had a report to the board in September of 19, and we had 4 goals, and we asked the Digital Learning Committee to respond with short, mid, and long-term plans with regard to those goals. So they have worked through that, and their work importantly helped to inform the state's response in the recovery plan. So the beginning work in terms of the definitions of synchronous and asynchronous teaching and learning were quite helpful as we looked at making sure that we had equity across the state in terms of the COVID experience of students. They also assisted us in the drafting of the request for information and looked at the current involvement in hybrid learning, et cetera, so that we can capture those lessons learned as we go forward in our planning. And we looked at possible policy changes in audio and video recordings, specifically being concerned about student privacy. And we knew that we wanted to expand our catalog of online courses, so they provided input in terms of how we might facilitate that and what courses we should prioritize. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, they've been involved with, or they will be, their next meeting is on the 11th with this future ready decision that we've made. And we're looking for this committee to help us to develop the vision, mission, and purpose statements related to our Maryland Digital Learning Plan, which will help us launch that future ready initiative. And they will also be looking at the data that we'll be receiving on our technology survey, and we'll be investigating input related to the post-COVID teaching and learning environment. If you look at the next 2 slides, the important things about this committee is it represents membership from around the state, and it's people that hold different positions. So we have people that are responsible for online learning, principals, teachers, parents, technology folks, and there's been a great collaboration, and they've taken this work very seriously and have contributed a great deal as we've tried to navigate this iterative response to COVID and make sure that we're taking advantage of digital opportunities. So if you could show this slide as well as the next slide, I'd like to, in particular, thank all of these members as well as the staff members who have supported our work on this project. And it's, as I mentioned before, it's been going on since 2018. So led by Dr. Williamson with the support of Val Emmerich and Aaron Sr. And then Shane McCormick has recently joined us and is keeping us on task in terms of all of our communications and calendaring. If you could advance the slide, please. I think it's also important to note that there have been lots of department activities in support of digital learning. So as I mentioned before, there's ongoing professional learning opportunities. They've conducted 2 rounds with local school system surveys to determine their technology status and needs. We've looked for additional funding for the development of additional courses. So there are 8 online student courses that will be developed, 7 educator modules, and 2 educator courses. We're looking at other potential free professional development courses for educators. And we'll be piloting some courses in the 21-22 school year. Next slide, please. Again, in terms of that, we're looking for input from all stakeholders. There have been monthly and bi-monthly meetings with assistant superintendents, local school system instructional technology leads, online points of contact, and school library media supervisors. So lots of dialogue and collaboration. There's been the development of a remote teaching portal of modules and resources for educators and parents. And we've worked with stakeholders to develop definitions that have been really important during this time of COVID to help our communication when we're navigating sort of new ways of operating. The state did offer to partition parts of their learning management system for local school system use. Unfortunately, we've only had enough budget to offer limited amounts. Pardon my dog. I can't mute myself right now. So we didn't have enough licenses for all of the students. We had offered enough for the teachers. So obviously that's an area that as we look to go in the future, we're going to need to figure out funding if we're going to help facilitate access to a learning management system. Can I advance the slide, please? Excuse me for there's been a lot of work about implementing blended and virtual school plans for the school year 2021. And so I just thought it'd be helpful for us to clarify what currently exists in terms of regulation and what's happening, as we've mentioned in prior meetings, that there are consortiums that the department has continued to try and support as they've explored virtual learning. So if you want to establish a virtual school, it's currently allowed in COMAR. The requirements are only that you submit an overview proposal that aligns with state regulations, ensures high quality content, accessibility of coursework, and then is approved by the state superintendent. If you are looking to establish a virtual blended program, you have all of those requirements in the summary proposal, but approval in that case would be from the Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning. So there are many local school systems that are considering virtual plans for next school year, as well as 2 consortiums in the state. And the department continues to work with the local school systems and the consortiums as they explore those plans. Some of the local school systems are doing it independently, but that resource is available to them if they wanted to collaborate. Are there any questions with regard to the committee's work? We're really trying to look at it from both the short term so that we can provide guidance for the next school year, as we anticipate that we'll continue in the beginning of that school year to have COVID be a factor, but that we also need to have long-term plans so that we're fully optimizing the digital learning opportunities in Maryland. So we'll be using the Future Ready framework to inform both of those timeframes. We also recognize that there's probably a little survey fatigue as we're trying to figure out all of our responses on various elements of COVID. And so we're looking to the advisory group to help us with a short-term assessment and needs, and that we will look to a broader group of stakeholders as we do an assessment to inform the long-term plans. Jim Crawford, I will take any questions. Also, I would like to, excuse me, I'm sorry, just Dr. Williamson, if you wanted to add anything to my comments.
Actually, let me see if I can find this. I think you did a great job of presenting what we've been doing, and I think that we are very interested in making sure we have something available for students that are going to elect to stay virtual this year, and that I think the RFI is really going to bring a lot of knowledge to us about what these programs look like and what we might want to support for teachers and school systems to look at. But you might also want to ask Rose and Lori, who are both board members on this committee, if they want to add anything to it. Rose was on last year, and Lori joined us this year. I thought maybe they would want to comment.
Please, if you have comments.
Or maybe not.
Thank you, Dr. Williamson. I think Ms. Halley pretty much covered everything. It has been great to really get into this conversation and look forward to how we can support the locals and families who want to continue virtual learning in the future.
And I would just like to add, I want to recognize Jane for all her efforts. It has been a long road, and I think we're all impatient to really get something going and feel like Maryland could be doing a lot more in the digital learning front. And we've heard from a lot of different states about what they're doing, and it's impressive that some of them have taken 5 years to get to where they are and to become so versatile and able to do the distance learning. But it took them a long time to get that in place. So I think we have to recognize it's not an easy lift. It seemed like it when I first joined last year, thinking, oh, this is no big deal. We should be able to get this done. But it actually has taken quite a while to get to this point. And it's also reassuring to know that there are groups out there that do provide this kind of support for states looking to become more digitally capable. So thank you, Jean. I know that she has been unrelenting in pushing this, and it really does need a lead advocate to keep pushing, because I know the department has so many different competing priorities, but this is really important to get right.
Thank you, Rose. I would add that, part of the concern is that we don't have equity across the state. We do see that we have uneven access to devices and to broadband. We have uneven access to courses that might complement. If there isn't a teacher on campus that can offer an advanced or remedial course, we have uneven access there. And we have uneven professional development in terms of, we have lots of teachers who have been, sort of baptized by fire and got training this last spring and as we've moved through the school year. But and in some ways that has been one of the benefits of COVID, that teachers that didn't have the time to explore some digital assets have now, by necessity have explored those assets and have found them to be helpful and will incorporate them into instruction going forward. So we have some model local school systems within the state, and the committee has heard from some of those school systems about how they have implemented one-to-one device plans, et cetera. So there's been a lot of work that's been done, but I also think that there's opportunities to build on that work.
Very good. Any additional comments or questions? Yes, Ms. McCusker.
Thank you so much for that report. Is it possible for us to get a copy of that report? Because I think there's some really great information I'd love to have on hand. And I was really glad to see that there are some options and pathways for people that want to develop an virtual schooling, that option, because while we do hear a lot about the students who aren't being served well by the virtual option, there are some students and some families that find that they're thriving in that option. And if we actually have a way to create those pathways for the students, that is a really great option for them. It's good to know that we have a pathway for that to develop over time, because it's one of the things that we have found in this unprecedented time is that while some people are not served well by that model, some really are, and that we can expand our options to meet the needs of more students. So I think the work you're doing is really important work, and I thank the whole team and the collaborative team for pulling this information together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yes, we'll get the PowerPoint to the full board. Thank you.
And can I just interrupt and say, sorry, I wanted to also recognize Carol Williamson, because she, I know, has so many things on her plate and has been on top of this and providing information to present to us as a group. So thank you, Carol, and your team.
Absolutely. Val Emmerich and Aaron Sr. are glued to my hip. We meet frequently because this is really important, and we do think it's important to carry it through. I did want to just make one comment. The advisory group, this is our 2.0 group. It's the new one that we expanded this year. It was really excellent. It's many of the same people, but they're very energized and they have several tasks ahead of them, as you saw on that sheet. And they're looking forward to doing the work that will really help support this across the state.
And I would say the advisory group, as we formed it initially, we wanted to make sure we had representation from across the state and that we had some at least initial opportunities for them to meet face to face. And in this COVID time, it's certainly turned out to be a good thing that we were able to move from a face-to-face initial introduction into virtual, but it also has allowed them to be more nimble in terms of being available for meetings. And that is helping us to continue to move forward, hopefully more nimbly. And also we do have some interest and support from the legislature that is also very concerned about the progress of students in Maryland. And so I think we have a good opportunity where we're all aligned here and we can do some good things.
Very good. Any other comments? The one item I would just like to pick up again is just very briefly the superintendent search. The process is underway. We are preparing to host 3 virtual town halls. More information will be forthcoming. In addition to that, we'll have an online survey. I'm going to encourage residents of Maryland to respond to the online survey to give us that input on the challenges they see in the state of Maryland, especially now in this hopefully soon to be post-COVID environment, and also attributes, characteristics of what we would be looking for in the next superintendent. Our search firm advises that typically there are about 5 to 7 concurrent vacancies at the state level, superintendent positions. They expect to see even more this year because of COVID and just the fatigue and the wear and tear on superintendents. So what that probably means is that it's going to be a very competitive process as states and localities position to fill their positions. And our search firm has advised us, don't be surprised if some of our top candidates are also candidates in other positions. So we just need to be aware of that, and we need to govern ourselves accordingly. More information is forthcoming. We are making progress. We're meeting with the search firm weekly. We have a stand-up project management meeting on Mondays. So things are going well. If nothing else, then what we will do at this time is...
President Crawford, I'm sorry, I just have a brief report.
Yes, please, absolutely. Then Ms. McCusker, please. Yes, sir.
Yes, so I just wanted to give a brief report on the Maryland Association of Student Councils. This past month, they held the annual Fall Leadership Conference, which was focusing on mental health this year. They hosted keynote speakers and a panel of health experts, students, and counselors. And this year, all middle school and high school delegates, around 500 or so, experienced a series of interactive virtual workshop designated specifically for young leaders. I also spoke with students from around the state on what the virtual learning environment has been like for them. There were many great perspectives and ideas being heard, specifically on their relationships with teachers this year. A 7th grader from Baltimore County voiced, teachers have been very supportive. What I think helps me is when I feel connected to my teachers and they take the time to form one-on-one connections. An 11th grader from Montgomery County said, my teachers have been awesome and I always ask how we are feeling. They know there isn't much they can do, but it means a lot showing they care. They have been very flexible and hopeful. So these comments were very encouraging to hear, and I think sometimes we have to take a moment to appreciate all that our teachers do for us. I think it's really great work that can sometimes go unrecognized. So thank you so much, and that's all from me.
Thank you very much. Great comments. Ms. McCusker.
I just wanted to take one moment before we adjourn for a quick break to express a concern. We're making really great strides as a board in increasing our stakeholder involvement, and every once in a while, I feel like we take a step back when meeting materials come to us very late in the game, when we change agendas at the last minute. And I think that, every 2 steps we take forward in stakeholder, we take another step back when materials are changed at the last minute or are not provided or provided very late in the game. And I think that as a board, it's hard for us to have really rich discussions and dive deep into issues if we don't have the materials ahead of time to look through and really prepare and think about before we engage in our discussions in the open forum. So I just wanted to express that concern about the timeliness of the receipt of information and about the timeliness of changes in information to both the public and to the board prior to our meetings. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Points well taken. Any additional comments before we break? Okay. So, Dr. Salmon Howard, Dr. Chen, will she be on at 11? Is she planning to come on at 11?
Yes, I've asked her if she's available any sooner than that, so I'm waiting to hear back from her. But she was in a meeting, so I'll have to wait and see. If she is not able, I will start my presentation when we come back from the break.
Okay. Let's do this. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. We want to make sure that we hear from our guest and she has an opportunity to hear from us and hear our comments. I'm going to ask the board's indulgence that we would just take a break till 11. It's only a few more minutes, so it's about 17, 18 minutes. And that'll, hopefully by that time, we'll give our guest an opportunity to join us, and then we can start with her as we get started. So we'll take a break until 11, and then we'll come right back. Thank you very much. Welcome, Dr. Chen. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Fine. We're very honored to have you with us.
No, thank you for having me.
We are.
Good morning, Jolene.
Hi, how are you, Dr. Sally?
Hi. It's good to see you in person as we have a chance to talk so often. So it's nice to see you.
Yes.
We're sending out a note to let everyone know that you were back. We were telling them not to come back till about 11, assuming you would not be able to get free from your other meeting until about that time. So we're trying to reconvene everyone now.
Thank you so much for your flexibility. I apologize. It's we had scheduled this. I coordinated with Dr. Salmon and your team. I think it's been a couple of months at least, and just confluence of events, and so a lot of other things got scheduled for today. And I apologize and very much appreciate it.
We can't imagine what would have caused your schedule to be. We have no idea. We just don't quite understand that. That situation, but we
me neither.
Okay, we're starting to get people to come back. We'll wait another. So I know this is a topic that we're really looking forward to the discussion on, and I think if you can share some of your insights and involvement in working with the local school systems and how they're using the metrics to make decisions about the modes of education, coordination with your folks and the local school systems. I think those are a lot. And then the other general area is the question of safety. I know we're going to talk about that, but what you hear in the press is also concerns about safety. So maybe children aren't quite as susceptible as others, but could they bring it home to the parents or to the grandparents? So anything, as you were going to talk along those lines, we would greatly appreciate it.
Sure, and I think Dr. Salmon will be touching on some of that as well. And it's really more the other way that people are bringing it to the schools. So, so just one other logistic matter, I might need to jump off around. Oh gosh, it's a tight time frame because I have another meeting at 11:30. So. That I need to walk over to.
Yeah, we'll make sure that you get off in time, Dr. Chan.
Thank you. I apologize again.
No worries about that at all. We're just so grateful to have your time this morning.
Absolutely. So let's just see. Board members, if you're back, if you could come back with video so that we can get started. I think in the interest of time, let's start. And because we want to give people an opportunity to talk to us and share your insights, and for the board members to have an opportunity to ask you questions. Again, thank you so much for joining us. And Dr. Salmon, I'll turn it over to you. How do you wish to proceed?
Yes, thank you so much. And I actually want to address Ms. McCusker's comments before we took the break. The reason that we had to change the schedule today was to accommodate Dr. Chan. And, it's worth it, in my opinion, for the public to get a chance to hear her, to have to change the agenda. So that's the reason why the agenda was changed. And in terms of late materials, we are all operating right now in a pandemic situation. And both Dr. Chan and I are pretty much working 24/7 as we remark to each other. And we were working on presentations as of yesterday afternoon together to make sure we had contained all the important recent research. And in fact, part of my presentation today will include information that was in a research article just yesterday. So although we try to get board materials out as soon as we can for the public, I think the public would be more appreciative of having recent information. So that was really the reasons, and I wanted to address that comment. But I also want to take the time to thank Dr. Chan, who has been working tirelessly on the governor's coronavirus team. She is in the midst of planning virus issues, mitigation strategies. She's in the middle of designing vaccine and how those vaccines will be delivered. She's on the cutting edge of everything right now, and there isn't anybody that I would rather get their advice in terms of the coronavirus than Dr. Chan. She and I talk frequently throughout the week. We text a lot more than that. And I really do appreciate the collaboration that we have in working together. And I'm going to turn it over to her because I want to value her time. So good morning again, Dr. Chan, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salmon, and thank you to Chairman Crawford and members of the Board of Education. And I very much appreciate all of the work that I know you have also been doing over the last 9 months in regards to ensuring that schools are working towards preparedness to provide educational services for children. And I especially appreciate your flexibility this morning. I know that your agenda is always very tight and you have a lot on your plate, so thank you. So I am going to go ahead and share my screen if that's okay with you, Chairman. And let me see if I can make this work. One would think that we can, that by now we are able to navigate this, but sometimes it's always a little bit of a challenge. There we go. All right. Let me just check in. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, you just need it in the presentation mode.
Great. Does that work?
You can use it. Yes, we can use that. That's fine.
Or is it?
Yes,
it did
that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. It did the other thing. I don't know what happened there.
That's the new version of PowerPoint. It's fine.
Okay. All right. Well, let me, I'll just keep going then. So again, thank you. And I'll try to go through this part fairly quickly, my presentation, because I do know that I want to leave time for Dr. Salmon's presentation and some discussion. So just as a quick review, since the early part of the spring when the first cases of COVID-19 became known to us on March 5th, 2020. And even before that, the state of Maryland and the Maryland Department of Health has been working to ensure that we have sufficient resources, guidance in terms of being able to respond to the pandemic. And that has been our work really tirelessly, hundreds of people around the state working around the clock since the spring. Some of the key pieces that have been part of Governor Hogan's Maryland Strong Roadmap to Recovery, of course, including expanding our testing capacity. We're now at over 4.7 million tests that we've conducted, and recently we've been doing on the order of 40 to 50,000 tests every day that's reported back to the state. We've also expanded hospital surge capacity. In the springtime, we had about 6,700 surge beds identified. Some of those now are in use for non-COVID related illnesses that also require that higher level of care, because that's very important because, as we look at health as a whole, COVID-19 is very critical, but we also know that all of the other reasons that people would go to the hospital and need that higher level of care pre-COVID are still happening now. And we want to be sure that our hospitals have the capacity to be able to care for all of those individuals. In addition, personal protective equipment, we continue to lean forward on purchasing that with the remaining CARES dollars. And we have asked that our local counties and local health departments also use their remaining CARES dollars that still expires at the end of this month to purchase additional PPE supplies, especially for healthcare workers and in those settings. And these are really for last resort supplies in the event that private healthcare providers or nursing homes run out. In addition, we've stood up robust contact tracing efforts across the state, and it really started in the spring with local health departments. This is the day-to-day work of local health departments, and many of the schools may have worked with health departments in the past for much smaller outbreaks in which we conducted contact tracing. This is a monumental effort, and we really have never done contact tracing on the level and the scale that we are doing it now. And it's not just unique to Maryland, but it certainly is a monumental effort that we have stood up. And so we have over 1,300 new staff, and we continue to add to the number of trained contact tracers. And so since the early part of June, which is when our system actually went live, that connects all of the different people working in this space, we've had over 112,000 cases entered in and reached out to. And in addition, we have been since the spring planning for the implementation of vaccine distribution, and that is imminent, as I'll talk to you a little bit later. So, when we look at the school collaborations, I think that has really been front and center for the work between MSDE and MDH. And we're building on a foundation of, many years of strong collaboration. So this did not happen overnight and did not happen because of COVID-19, but because we have always had a very strong collaboration in terms of protecting the health and well-being of students and staff in school systems. And so, but with COVID-19, we have enhanced those efforts to make sure that we are in lockstep in terms of the work that we're doing, that we have feedback loops between our state agencies, but also with the locals. And so, as Dr. Salmon alluded to, we have weekly scheduled calls, and then in between, we are texting or emailing or calling in between to make sure, again, that we check in with each other, because there's a lot of things always happening. In addition, our teams within MSDE and MDH have weekly coordination meetings, again, probably more frequently than that, but these are regularly scheduled meetings. And we have set up with Dr. Salmon's leadership, weekly calls with the local superintendents and the local health officers, again, so that we have a common time to discuss issues and questions that may come up, whether it's about new CDC guidance, as just came out last week, for example, but always there's a lot of questions and good discussion with our local leaders. We also have stood up weekly technical assistance meetings. This is with our NDH and MSDE staff, in which some of the school health coordinators, local school system leaders can participate to, again, answer questions, maybe not at the superintendent level, though they are absolutely invited, but to, at the staff level, to provide them some operational details and to answer some of the more detailed operational questions they may have. And on and on, we have bi-weekly meetings with the school health services coordinators. We really are trying to make sure that we are connected at every level of local school systems, so that we have good communication and consistent communication. And this is on top of making sure that we answer the daily emails and calls and requests for individual consultations. And this is not only for public schools, but also for non-public schools, of which there's about 1,300 to 1,500 around the state. And so we've been providing that as well. And so very much appreciate the ongoing collaboration with MSDE. And so thank you to Dr. Salmon for that leadership. Some of the things that we've worked on together include, as you know, the school COVID-19 reopening guidance that we released back in August. I've mentioned the technical assistance, which also goes into school outbreak prevention, investigation, and response. This is in collaboration with the local health departments. And with school vaccinations, for childhood vaccinations, we have actually engaged some of our partners around the state, and contracted even with one group to help support the school vaccination clinics that are still ongoing. I did want to pause here and just talk about the COVID-19 guidance, and that, honestly, what this was intended to do was to be general guidance and to provide some parameters for which schools could consider reopening in some fashion. And it in no way was intended to be looked at as a hard and fast, rules or thresholds in which that would guide, immediate closures or immediate reopenings, and that we recognize that every school system, and within each school system, there are some unique characteristics that the local school systems are best suited to know what the needs of their students are, what the conditions and the physical layouts of their school buildings are, to be able to ascertain what would be the best way to bring kids back in a safe way. And it does not necessarily mean that all kids have to or are able to come back at the same time as we would normally expect pre-COVID, but there are still opportunities that schools could look at to be able to bring students back, especially those who are struggling with virtual learning or who have special needs in terms of their educational plans that might help if they're brought back in limited ways in small group settings. And so those are some of the opportunities that I think that are still available, and that MDH can work with local school systems to discuss how to do that. And I know that all the school systems are looking at that now. Other things that we have been working on, we recently, about a month ago or less, released a publicly available school outbreak dashboard. So that provides information about identified outbreaks within both public and non-public school settings, and provides some basic information while trying to balance the privacy needs of students and staff who are affected. We have provided support for PPE access, including cloth face covering and face shield distribution, and some of that we got from the federal government. And in some counties, we've been able to support through our Office of Preparedness some fit testing for N95 respirator masks in conjunction with those local health departments. So I think there's certainly been a lot that has been done, and still more to come. And, I mentioned at the beginning the ongoing weekly, daily conversations that we have between our school health team at the Maryland Department of Health and MSDE. And those are ongoing because the pandemic has not ended, of course, and really, in fact, we are still seeing increase in numbers of new cases and hospitalizations every day. And so while Maryland has been proactive in responding to the pandemic, we know that we still have work to do. And so we are all still working around the clock to make sure that we are prepared and that we're preparing for that next phase and the next steps. And I want to emphasize that all Marylanders, and this includes school staff and teachers and parents, we all have to do our part in preventing that further spread. And so, people who go out, I know we're coming on the holidays, and this is a time of year that for me is getting together with family, and we have a big family. And so we are not doing that this year. So making sure that we protect each other, protect the students and the families that we are caring for and working with is really critical. So some of the same messaging is important coming not only from the Maryland Department of Health, but also from MSDE and from the Board of Education and local school systems. One of the big efforts that we are preparing to implement statewide now is on COVID-19 vaccine. So as you have heard, Pfizer has submitted an application for emergency use authorization from the FDA, and the FDA's advisory committee will be meeting later this week to discuss what the data looks like and to provide a recommendation to FDA, who then needs to approve or disapprove. But we do expect that it is likely that they will approve within the next week or so. And then there is a second vaccine that also has submitted their EUA, or again, emergency use authorization application on November 30th. And so we anticipate that to be reviewed and approved within the next few weeks as well. As we look forward, the plan that we issued back in October, we're continually looking at, particularly in terms of who, and I know the big questions are, when will the general public see vaccine? And, I will say that we are working as hard as we can to make sure that all of our systems are in place to be able to vaccinate ultimately every Marylander who wishes to get a vaccine. But we know that, and this is in conjunction with our federal partners, that initial vaccine will be very limited. And so we are really looking at individuals who are at highest risk of complications from COVID-19 disease, and likely the people who are caring for them, as was discussed at the CDC's advisory committee last week. And so those are some of the things that we are looking at now. And we do recognize how important schools are for our kids. I have 3 children, and so I very much appreciate the work that the schools and the teachers are doing to support our students, and Maryland Department of Health stands ready to help in any way that we can, as we have throughout the pandemic. So I would close with this. Don't forget the flu. We still have flu vaccine out there, even though we've not seen very many cases. We want to be as prepared as we can, so we would encourage people to get the flu vaccine now. And then as always, please don't forget, masks on Maryland. So thank you. Dr. Salmon?
I'm going to let everyone ask their questions because of your time. So we'll turn it back to Mr. Crawford to recognize board members.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Chan. Let's see. We'll go with Ms. Morrow and then Senator Bates.
Thank you, Dr. Chan, for joining us today, fitting us into your schedule. I wanted to get clarification on the comment that you made about the COVID-19 guidance. So are you suggesting that the 5% positivity rate and the 15 cases per 100,000 were not meant to be taken literally? I guess if you could clarify, because I feel like a lot of our districts are really looking at those numbers specifically. And obviously we have a number of jurisdictions that are well above that 5% and that 15 at the moment.
Correct. So, those were never meant to be hard and fast thresholds, as in, the moment that we crossed them, that, schools needed to close. They were not guidance for opening and closure in terms of the specific actions, but in terms of then considering, based on what the level of community spread is, that schools may need to morph and think about, what still might be necessary from an educational standpoint, because that's their, the key mission there is, where are the priorities for education and which student groups really could benefit the most from in-person, and then understanding what the local community spread looks like, trying to still meet some of those needs, understanding that, what we all wish for and hope for and are working towards is that all students can come back safely. But in light of the fact that, we currently still have, as you mentioned, ongoing spread, and our metrics are much above those initial thresholds, we still think that in limited ways, perhaps in small groups, there may be opportunities for some in-person education. Again, I can't say for any particular school or any particular school district exactly which students and exactly what setting, but we are happy to work with each school system to think through what that might look like.
Has there been any discussion either from Department of Health or MSDE about clarifying that a little bit? I see the guidance was last updated in the middle of November, but is that going to be clarified a little bit in that document? Because I feel like the way it's presented, it does show those exact numbers and along the spectrum. So I think that's what a lot of our districts have been using.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's we will absolutely take your comment back, and we are always looking at new information and trying to incorporate it and judging whether or not, as we've gotten experience in working with local school systems and private schools, whether it makes sense to modify our guidance accordingly. So we'll definitely take that comment back. But it is on a spectrum, and we try to convey that in the best way we knew how. But certainly we have, we'll always consider whether or not we can communicate that better.
So I would just
Thank
like to add to that, Ms. Morrow, and I'll probably say this again later, but we've been able to bring small groups of kids back since June, since we were in stage 2 of the governor's roadmap to recovery. So that hasn't changed. And there are many systems that are, even though they are have backed out of their hybrid for right now, they are still bringing small groups of students in. So that has not changed throughout the whole messaging system. But I know that Dr. Chan and I are looking for ways to continue to make sure those things are clear. So thanks for asking that.
Thank you. Senator Bates?
Wasn't sure I had my microphone on. With respect to the schools, from what I'm reading, the material I'm seeing indicates that children are not at high risk with the COVID so far. And apparently keeping the schools closed, it has more to do with the teachers being concerned. So I guess my question would be, would you be encouraging teachers to get the vaccinations when those are available as a means of protecting them and then getting the students back in school? Would that be one of your recommendations? Because I hear from parents, they really would like to see the kids back in school, but yet the teachers are concerned. So I'm just wondering if we have vaccinated the teachers, would that, or urge that, would that be a help in getting the students back in school?
So I would say that, when you look at our vaccination plan in phase 2, so phase 1, again, is focused on individuals who are at high risk of complications from the disease. So these generally are individuals who are older than 60, 65, and particularly those in nursing homes and others, assisted living, et cetera, and healthcare workers who care for those high risk individuals. But as we roll forward, and again, some of this is predicated on how much vaccine we may be able to get from week to week from the federal government, from the 2 vaccine manufacturers and others as they come forward. In phase 2, we begin to shift our focus into those who are essential and critical infrastructure employees, and those very much include teachers and school staff.
And can I just add that, Senator, I just penned a letter. I told Dr. Chan I was sending her a letter asking the health department in that second phase to prioritize our school staff for vaccinations. So again, you're thinking along the same wavelengths as we are, and we hope to have enough supply to be able to do that as soon as possible.
Thank you. I know that's frightening to you that you and I are on the same wavelength. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you very much.
Dr. McCarthy and then Ms. Haley.
Thank you, Dr. Chan. Thank you so much for coming and speaking to us. I have been attending the weekly sessions for schools and non-public schools, and I appreciate the information. It's very helpful. I represent a non-public school, and we have children coming from different counties. So sometimes the information or the requirements of different counties put us in a conundrum. And so how do you recommend we proceed? Should the recommendation be with the health department where the school is located, or then do we have competing or different kinds of recommendations from the county in which a student might live or a teacher might live? I can get a little confusing.
I think in terms of, and so I know that this is an ongoing challenge, and particularly some of the non-public schools who have sites in multiple different counties. But, again, looking at general community spread and, this is, we are morphing our guidance as we get new information, as we indicated, and it generally would follow, I believe, the county that the facility is in primarily. And again, it's a general thinking. It's in terms of that probably most of the students are coming either from that jurisdiction or fairly close by. That may not always be the case, and I understand that. But if you have a sense, if a school has a sense of where their students are primarily living, if it's not in that jurisdiction, it's somewhere else, having that understanding of where the community levels of community spread there are is helpful. But I think the key thing is to remain connected to the local health department in the jurisdiction.
That helps. Thank you.
Ms. Haley?
Jean Haley speaking. Yeah. Thank you for coming, Dr. Chan. And I fully support that we can get kids back to school with the nice safety protocols that are in place and being well implemented. So my question is really around the message you have for differentiation. So we know some school systems have different situations and some families have different situations. So if children are often asymptomatic but might have COVID, what should the families be thinking about? I'm really wondering, I guess if a child's asymptomatic, they can spread it, so that if a family has someone compromised, they should think about it, or they should feel comfortable that that's not going to be a problem.
So let me make sure I understand your question. If you're asking if a child is asymptomatic but has been in contact with somebody who's positive, is that the question? Or?
So I don't know that this is true. I'm assuming that there's not a lot of spread in the school because of our safety protocols. But if children my understanding is that very few cases, I don't know if this is the right number, but 25% of the cases is what I've been told, the person knows where they actually came in contact with a positive person. Maybe you have a better data point on that. So I'm just wondering, as children go back and forth between schools, they may be asymptomatic and we might not see spread among the children because they're asymptomatic. But when they may bring it home is what the concern has been. Mm-hmm. So I think if they're observing safety protocols, there's not spread. The observation in the schools is that they are observing safety protocols, but we know that safety protocols are only as good as you can 100% execute, right? So if you have slip-ups, which you would say maybe a child would be more inclined. If you are a family that has a compromised family member, how should you think about the decision you need to make about whether to send your child back to school or not?
Right. Well, there's clearly different levels of decision making that, we're asking and thinking through here. So one at the system level, two at the school and even classroom level, and then at the family level. And so you're absolutely right in terms of, families who have individuals who are immunocompromised within their families, maybe not the student, but the family, may have to make a different consideration. But it's, we have to understand that the masking and the social distancing and the hand washing are, important measures, but they're also not necessarily 100%. But because it does, masking especially, we have now, learned more that it can be much more protective even for people who are asymptomatic. And kids in particular are not transmitting as efficiently, I guess, and that in a good way, meaning they're not good transmitters, I think is positive, especially the younger children. Older kids are more likely to be able to transmit more like an adult could. And some of it may be due to size and that kind of thing. But I think there's always a balance that can be struck. And so, again, we are happy to work with individual schools and school systems to try to find where that balance might be, and recognizing that, we will not get down to zero risk in any setting, whether we go out to a grocery store or, for all of the essential functions that, we need for ourselves. We just need to be sure to think about how do we, greatly, as greatly as we can mitigate the risk. And I know all the schools are looking at that and doing it in the best way that they know how to try to protect families and staff, but then balancing that with the educational mission and trying to understand, well, which children could benefit from in-person and in some limited way is the balance I think that we're trying to strike.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know it's 11:30 or 11:25, so I think I know you have to get to your meeting across the way. So I'll turn it back to Clarence, but I just wanted to recognize the time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salmon, and I look forward to hearing your presentation hopefully in the near future. And I'm so sorry that I'm going to have to miss that. So I apologize. And I thank all the board members and the chairman for your time and your indulgence. And I appreciate it and all of your work.
Mr. Crawford, you're muted.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. I'm just saying, in the future, if there was some way perhaps to do an interview of the two of you to talk about some of these issues, talk about what's going on. Because part of what's happening, I think, in the public is the absence of information opens the door for fear. And I think the more we can shine on the practices that are in place in schools and the corrections and the mitigations they have in place would help address some of those issues of just fear, because they just don't know. Thank you again very much for your time.
Thank you, and I'd be glad to come back. Thank you.
We'll take you up on that offer too.
And take care.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Salmon.
Bye-bye.
Excellent.
So I'm ready to proceed with my part of the presentation, Mr. Crawford, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
I would like to invite Mr. Fred Mason to present to the board some recent research that we have done on school ventilation, along with the health department and along with the Interagency Commission on School Construction. And Fred is our branch chief of the Office of School Facilities here at MSDE, and he is going to provide you with an update. And then I wanted to let you know that this information will be incorporated into the next revision of the Joint Health Department and MSD guidance on the coronavirus, the blue book that Dr. Chan showed. So when they update it, they try not to do it every week, but they have a couple of updates to do from the CDC, and they're going to put the ventilation guidelines that Mr. Mason will discuss with you in that next version. So good morning. Good to see you, Mr. Mason.
Well,
good morning, Dr. Salmon. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, and hopefully you are all seeing a document that begins strategies for improving air quality in school facilities. Good morning, President Crawford, Vice President Halley, members of the board, and Dr. Salmon. My name is Fred Mason, and I am the Chief of the School Facilities Branch at MSDE. Thank you for the opportunity to provide information pertaining to strategies to improve air quality in schools. Throughout the course of this pandemic, airborne transmission indoors has been identified as a major pathway for the spread of COVID-19. With our colleagues at the Maryland Department of Health, the Interagency Commission on School Construction, facilities professionals from many Maryland school systems, and numerous engineering and architecture professionals from around the nation, we have sought out practical risk reduction strategies for improving air quality in school facilities upon the return of students to schools. Many of these strategies have been shared in various forums and discussions with the local school system facilities staff. MSDE has worked with the Maryland Department of Health to include these strategies in the document COVID-19 Guidance for Schools, and this information will be included when MDH releases the next version of the guidance. We have the entire list of strategies before you, So I will only highlight a few to implement and prepare for before students return to schools. Clean and properly install air filters so that the air goes through the filters rather than around them, with as high a minimum efficiency reporting value filter as can be accommodated by the HVAC system. Properly installing filters and changing them on the schedule in accordance with the manufacturer's instructions are important parts of any school system's preventive maintenance program. The scheduling, performance, and documentation of preventive maintenance, ideally through a computerized maintenance management system, is of increased importance now. Filters compatible with the equipment should be installed. A filter that traps smaller particles but reduces airflow can actually reduce effective ventilation and cause equipment motors to work harder and fail sooner. Implement a strict preventive maintenance program focused on the air handlers and exhaust failings to ensure they're working properly. This means having systems and personnel in place to keep up with the operations and maintenance schedules. An effective work order management system is also important to identify and quickly respond to any problems. Maximize outside air by using the highest outside air settings possible for the equipment and opening windows as much as safely possible. The volume of outside air can be adjusted above the energy efficient range to increase air exchanges and ventilation. In spaces with operable windows, opening the windows increases outside air and air exchanges. As we experience today in heating season, the main trade-off will be higher energy costs. In cooling season, the introduction of additional humid air will also be a concern. Meet or exceed the educational sufficiency standards for carbon dioxide concentration. Measurements below 1,200 parts per million, and preferably even below 1,000 parts per million, are a reasonable proxy for effective ventilation, and carbon dioxide monitors are portable and low-cost items. Utilize portable HEPA filters in small spaces, particularly if they're poorly ventilated. Portable HEPA filtration units can effectively and quietly serve small spaces. Units that are effective in large spaces tend also to be disruptively loud. Thank you, and I'll do my best to respond to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. I'll turn it back to you, President Crawford, to stop for questions before I begin the presentation.
Okay. Mr. Mason, if we can get you to take your presentation now.
Did that. Thank you.
Sir, we really appreciate that. So let me open this up to our board members' questions for Mr. Mason. We'll start with Mr. Bartley, and then Ms. McCusker, and then Ms. Morrow. Mr. Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mason, for your work and efforts. It's recognizable that you did the research into these filtration and air issues. I've been asked by some former teachers who taught in Howard County about getting students back to school and the filtration issues that some of them experienced in Howard County. I was wondering, are there any budget concerns that we need to take in consideration to make sure that all the schools get the effective filters that they need?
The school systems certainly need to, if they have not already, be budgeting to maintain the recommended filter change schedule. That would be the first thing. And then to make sure that their HVAC systems are functioning as close to their design parameters in terms of delivering supply air to spaces and exhausting return air from spaces.
Yes, Mr. Barkley, follow-up question.
Is it a simple retrofit measure where they just take out the old filter and replace the new one, or do they have to do something extraordinary in changing the HVAC system to have these more effective filters?
No, in terms of filters, you would not want to exceed the manufacturer's recommendations for the MERV rating of a filter. So it would be a matter of changing filters. More effective filters are more expensive, but you don't want to use filters that are impeding airflow, because that causes other problems.
Okay. Well, we'll go to Ms. McCusker, then Ms. Morrow, then to Dr. McCarthy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mason, for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. First, when we talk about making sure that our HVA systems are running according to these levels and this level of filtration, how will parents, teachers, staff, the public know which buildings are in compliance and working within these parameters? And also, when we talk about opening windows and doors with very cold weather approaching, what are some of the recommendations with making sure that the classroom is not an overly, the temperature of the classroom isn't overly cold where children aren't focusing properly in class because the classroom environment is prohibitive. And I don't know how much of that's going to be directed to you and how much might be directed to Dr. Salmon in that question, but thank you.
That's an interesting thing, because we've talked about that when we had these conversations about ventilation. Even opening the window an inch or 2 inches makes a huge difference in the flow of the air. So we don't have to open doors all wide or open windows all wide. It's all a matter of small kinds of things to increase or improve the ventilation in the classrooms. And in terms of how do we know, because we have inspections all the time in our school buildings. We do all kinds of technical assistances. Our superintendents are very much aware of what needs to be done in their school buildings and facilities. It's a part of what we do through the IAC, the Interagency School Construction Council. And so we're very much monitoring these situations and providing this guidance on an ongoing basis. Mr. Mason, I forget, do you guys meet monthly? Or does Mr. Gorel meet monthly with the facilities folks?
The meetings with the facilities folks as a formal meeting are quarterly, more or less, but we are in regular contact with the facilities staff of the LEAs. I was talking to some of them just on Friday. So it's regular contact. And to Ms. McCusker's other question, each school system has a protocol that they typically go through in the summer in advance of school opening to make sure all systems are functioning properly, and they would certainly be doing that before returning students when that does occur.
Okay. Ms. Morrow, then Dr. McCarthy, and Ms. Haley.
So hopefully a quick question. Do we have we surveyed or have we had any school systems that have said there are certain facilities that absolutely will not be able to meet these ventilation standards, or that would be cost prohibitive to try to meet this school year?
We have not surveyed all of them. Again, each local school system will decide which buildings are most suitable to move students into in a phased basis. I'm a parent of 2 fourth graders in Baltimore City public schools, and I know that they've selected 27 buildings for small groups of students at present, and then we'll increase that as time goes on.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. McCarthy?
Yes, thanks so much for the presentation, very helpful. I do have a question about the CO2 monitors. So can you just give me, I guess I can Google it, but just give me a ballpark of how affordable this is, and should they be placed in every classroom?
They are usually handheld devices. I did what you were going to do and Googled it, and many are in the $100 range, and you would take it into the space and measure the CO2 level, and then go to the next room and do the same thing.
Sally, then Dr. Wilcox. Sorry.
So I have a two-part question. One is there a specific standard that each school should be judged against? And then the second would be, you mentioned some portable filtration devices. When are you recommending that those be used? And do you have a spec for which device should be? What are the features that this device should have to be effective?
The portable filtration devices would be recommended really only for small spaces, so such as the health suite, the room that you're using for isolation, the nurse's office, and we could work with the LEAs to determine which equipment is specified. There are many options of room size HEPA filters, and it's going to be based on the square footage and volume of the room. So it's going to vary a little bit based on the dimensions of the room. But again, small spaces. The ones that work in large spaces are what you would see if you're cleaning the air on a construction site and are terribly loud. So small spaces.
And the first question was around, is there a certain kind of standard that the air gets exchanged so many times an hour, or is there some way that you say this is the goal for each of our classrooms?
We would use the carbon dioxide levels as a proxy for effective ventilation. So that's how you would test that at a moment in time. There are standards for air exchanges per hour from ASHRAE, the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, but the CO2 monitoring is a good spot check for ventilation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wilcox.
Really quick question. Thank you, Mr. Mason, so much for this information. And my question really more maybe is for Dr. Salmon, but I'm curious if we should have a metric for ventilation on the dashboard to show that there is a certain level of ventilation within districts or schools, and have that as part of the transparency of the dashboard.
It's something we can take a look at, but with the number of schools that we have and the number of different classrooms, et cetera, and spaces, I think it would be hard to track that. I think, we have to rely like we do on our for example, our special education teachers, that they're doing what they need to do according to the IEPs for the students. We do monitor that on a case-by-case basis for each system. It's the same with our facilities. We monitor those facilities. We have maintenance reviews that we conduct. So I think that's the way we really ensure that the buildings are following the procedures. In my work with the IAC over the past 5 years, I have found the school facilities people to be just as on point and concerned about the keeping the facilities pristine and keeping them up to standards as any other group of people administering school programs. They are very conscientious folks, all 24 of them, and they all have people that work closely with them. And the state, through the IAC, provides a lot of guidance and a lot of technical assistance.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, Mr. Crawford, may I move forward? We've got a lot of information to cover, and I'm noting the time is 10 to 12, so.
Okay. Mr. Mason, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Great job. So if I may proceed, Mr. Crawford?
Yes, please.
At this time, I'm going to share some recent data and research about COVID-19 in schools after reopening. Following this presentation, I'll also be updating the board on the recent supports that we've been making from MSDE to local school systems. So first I'm going to ask Dr. Shaw to share the PowerPoint with you. And as I mentioned earlier, we've actually included some research as of yesterday. So we hope that this is very up to date, and we'll go ahead and begin with that. Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Over the past, we'll go to the first slide. I'll give you a chance there to catch up. Over the past 10 months, epidemiologists and other experts have learned more about COVID-19. And at the start of the pandemic, in order to make predictions and give guidance to education leaders, scientists had to use the limited information known about COVID-19 in combination with computer modeling and past research on other respiratory disease epidemics. While there is still much to be learned and studied about the way that COVID-19 is transmitted, experts now have much more information to share. This information can be summarized in the first 2 points here. The student infection rate is less than the community rate, and schools have not been super spreader sites. The third point reflects the impact on student learning, which we have seen significant negative impacts. Next slide, please. Although there are no official national data set for COVID-19 infection rates within schools, there are a handful of sources that are highly informative. This graph is generated with data from the Texas Department of State Health Services. In Texas, schools have been open for in-person instruction since the start of the school year. Schools are required to report positive student and staff cases. The positive case rates are shown here and are fractions of a percent, with staff and students nearly identical. Compare this to the overall positive case rate in Texas, which is currently almost 15%. Other sources show similar data. New York City Schools reports a positive testing rate of 0.28% for students and staff for the period between October 9th and November the 22nd. In comparison, the citywide positive case rate is almost 5%. And the COVID-19 school response dashboard has been collecting self-reported data from schools across the nation since August. The most recent data includes about 9,000 schools representing 4 million in-person students, fully in-person and hybrid, and 1.3 million staff. The dashboard shows that the reported student infection rate for schools with fully in-person and hybrid models is currently significantly less than the community rate. Next slide, please. This slide highlights a few recent post-opening studies on schools. In the Spain study, the researchers found that schools being open makes no difference in the infection rates. There are other examples of research and many more single cases. Earlier this month, for example, The Washington Post described safe in-person hybrid instruction in Pennsylvania. Again, there were no outbreaks in schools, and the reopenings of schools did not affect the community rate. It is critical to note what is known about COVID-19's transmission in schools is based on studies of schools already taking the health precautions like physical distancing, masks, separations of students and adults into pods, use of outdoor spaces, and frequent hand washing and cleaning. Additionally, internationally, many schools and communities are using extensive student and community COVID-19 testing and contact tracing. Therefore, we know that we need to take these health precautions when we have students coming back to school, which we certainly have done in our guidance from MSDE and the Maryland Health Department. Research by Mathematica supports this interpretation. In a simulation of Pennsylvania schools, they determined that health precautions and splitting students into two consistent in-person groups resulted in a 5-fold or greater reduction in the likelihood of in-school COVID-19 transmission. While there is no definitive research on what specific health precautions are linked to reduction risk, since schools and other institutions are using many precautions in combination, research does provide strong recommendation. A recent analysis published in the Lancet Journal found that mask wearing had a significant risk reduction factor in COVID-19 transmission, as does physical distancing of at least 1 meter, 3 feet, with increased reduction at increased distance. Next slide, please. The bottom line for these studies is, 1, safe school reopening doesn't affect the community rate. There aren't spikes outside schools because schools reopen. 2, most cases in schools are isolated. There are very few clusters or outbreaks associated with schools that are reopening with precautions. So not only are there not spikes outside schools after reopening, there aren't spikes inside of them either. Also, cases continue to be tracked back to gatherings of adults. As the last bullet said, detailed international research shows that the majority of COVID-19 cases are associated with indoor gatherings of adults in restaurants, bars, workplaces, religious gatherings, and elderly care facilities, as well as within households. Very few were associated with schools. And there's a more detail with that. Next slide. As you see here with this very colorful graph, we have had since October the 19th, 24 of the nation's 50 largest systems have resumed in-person classes for large groups of students. 11 more plan to do so in the coming weeks. As of November 3rd, a study of school system calendars showed that more than 60% of U.S. schools, K through 12, public school students will be attending schools that offer in-person learning in either full-time or hybrid models. Nationwide, reported 85% of schools had at least some in-person instruction as of November the 22nd. And also the percent of schools offering only remote instruction has been more than cut in half since the beginning of the school year. Next slide, please. As of October 5th, as the slide said, schools in 4 states were ordered open by the governor, and those states are listed. Schools in 8 states were ordered closed or partially closed, and you can see the states that are listed there. And in the partial closure states, there are state mandated metrics for reopening. On November the 30th, very interesting, Rhode Island closed bars, gyms, and other retails, but not public schools. We have New York City schools reopened for elementary school students and students with disabilities. And also in November, Germany followed the suit of many international venues by closing bars, restaurants, theaters, and gyms, but schools remained open with strict health protocols in place. Next slide, please. So You'll notice here that we see, while widespread data is scarce, we do know that the pandemic has had a large and uneven impact on student learning. We know that struggling students in particular do not fare well in fully online environments. In a recent article from the Washington Post, I want to quote some of the things that were detailed. It says that a flood of new data on the national, state, and district levels finds students began this academic year behind. Most of the research concludes students of color and those in high poverty communities fell further behind their peers, exacerbating long-standing gaps in American education. A study that was released this week by McKinsey & Company estimates that the shift to remote school learning in the spring set white students back by 1 to 3 months in math, while students of color lost 3 to 5 months. And as the coronavirus pandemic persists through the academic year, McKinsey said losses will also escalate. The McKinsey study echoes a half a dozen other national reports released in recent days. They all find that students regressed because of lost classroom time in the spring, particularly in math, though the reports vary in the degree of losses and in the disparity among student groups. Although the fall version of the remote education appears improved and some students are back for some in-person instruction, millions of children are still learning from home. This setup privileges children who have the quiet places to work, parents at home to help, and reliable internet service. Many of those who don't have these advantages continue to struggle, and even some families with resources find it difficult to keep children engaged online and emotionally healthy. In some cases, districts are reporting that students are not even showing up for remote classes, making it virtually certain they will fall behind. So you can see from the specific examples on the slide that we have data just recently from Montgomery County. Failing grades for the first term increased dramatically. For example, nearly 45% of the English learner students failed 9th grade math. We have also from Fairfax that we have 83% increase in failing grades, including a large increase for students with disabilities and English learning students. So we have a lot of data to show that we have some issues with the situation that we're in right now. So to summarize, before I get into the next presentation, so despite all the concerns we've been talking about, the research is not showing a consistent relationship between in-person K-12 schooling with appropriate safety measures and the spread of the coronavirus. Therefore, I remain to encourage our school systems to continue to bring small groups of students in for in-person instruction that have been approved to do so when the state was back in stage 2 of the roadmap to recovery. And I also mentioned this earlier when Dr. Chan was on. Additionally, I think it'll be critical during the second semester, beginning in January, to return our students to the previously successful hybrid models of instruction. We need to reopen our schools because the risks to our children of keeping them closed are far greater. So I believe we need to get on board, no pun intended, with working collaboratively toward this goal. You heard about the conversations that are ongoing weekly with many different areas of local school systems and the health department and myself and Dr. Chan. We have the science and the research to do this. A vaccine is coming, and now we need all of our stakeholders to get our students back to school safely. And I want to stop here in case there's questions, and then I will get into the next presentation. But first, let me just say that going forward, it's going to be very critical for us at the State Department and the State Board to be very concerned about our student learning needs as a result of our schools being virtual for this last pretty much quarter, and maybe even now the half semester of the school year. Part of that local school systems recovery plan, you will remember, was a requirement for assessing the needs of all students at the beginning of the year. We established that and put it into the first term metrics. We are going to analyze that data, and it'll be compiled, and you will have a presentation in January on the first term metrics review, can see actual impact in Maryland. In addition to assessing learning needs in the upcoming months, we're going to have to look at data on attendance to see if students are engaged. We continue to hear reports that we can't find all of our students. We need to assess that and look into that, and we'll be providing that information to the state boards and its state board as well. We're going to continue to provide assistance and technical assistance to local school systems on how to collect this student learning data throughout the school year. We're going to make sure that we provide any information they need to give us the best information they have on the student learning outcomes. Because as research has shown, and as what I think we're going to see in January, there's going to be vast student loss that we need to start thinking about what are the things we can put into place that are going to accelerate learning for our students. And we hope to have that plan to discuss with the board in January. One of the things I do want to just note, we do know research tells us that one of the best ways to accelerate learning is through tutoring. And I just want to remind the board that we put out $100 million, thankfully, from the governor's office. The governor allowed us to use this funding, this federal funding, in order to send it out to each of the local school systems to provide tutoring funds for the students between July 1 and the end of this month. And so we are hopeful that that has helped a little bit in terms of the student learning loss. And I think that will be something that we're going to be looking at closely to implement going forward in the future in terms of trying to deal with some of this learning loss. And I'll stop now for questions, and then I'll go into the report on what we've been doing to support local school systems. Thank you.
Dr. Salmon, I'm just going to ask a question and open it up to the rest of the board. It's just that, as you really begin to look at this and you begin to look at, we're not just talking about a one-year situation. We're talking about impacting children for a lifetime. Some of the studies from Katrina said that the children disappeared, never came back. So you're looking at impacts on them as they mature and grow and have families, their incomes. That income also then impacts the overall position of the country. And what I would I'm 100% with you on getting children back in school, but I'm also increasingly concerned that we address the issue of the learning loss, and that we look and do perhaps maybe in some cases some bold things to address it, because of the dire long-term impact this has on the children and as they grow, and on their families, and on the state and on the nation. And I just encourage as we go forward to recognize that this is just not a one-year thing. This has major lifetime implications. And I know you're 100% serious with that. But I just think we just need to make sure as we talk about this, we're talking about lifetime. What are we doing to help children get back on track for successful lifetime? That's what I think as we go forward. Now, so Mr. Bartley, you had a question, comment?
Thank you, President Crawford. Yes, I do have a question and comment. Dr. Salmon, thank you for the great work you've been doing, and thank you for the great information that you have supplied us. I appreciate your efforts. I have firsthand experience in learning loss, and in that my son Aaron, my daughter Leah, are students in Montgomery County Public School at a local elementary school, and my wife is a teacher in Montgomery County Public Schools. I witnessed firsthand my children's loss of enthusiasm for school and their enthusiasm and want to be in school, and also have noticed a change in the grades that my children normally receive based on their past experience in-person learning. I have neighbors and friends who question and query me as to when the kids are going back, and that they're willing to take on the risk for their children to go back to school. As a board member and a parent and a husband with family members intimately involved, again, I appreciate the want to keep our children safe from COVID-19, but also appreciate the benefit and learning that my children receive from being in person with their well-trained teachers. And with that being said, and addressing concerns of my neighbors and my family, I hope that we can move towards getting our kids back in school as soon as possible. And I appreciate your efforts in trying to make that happen. Thank you, Dr. Sam.
Thank you.
Sally?
Thank you. That was a great report, Dr. Sam. My question is really for future reference. We received some information at a past board meeting about what percentage of the funds that were allocated have been spent. I'd love to see the amount of the tutoring funds that have been spent, and if they haven't been spent, to understand what the obstacles to delivery were.
That's a great question. I think we have that data to share with you today. I think we only had a couple of school systems that were not on par, but we have reached out to them, and now they are on par to spend their funds out by the end of December 30th. So I think we can say that all of our funds will be spent. But you also will have a look at how all the funds, all the federal funds, how much have been spent, what percentage. We do have a chart that shows that, so we'll be sharing that with you today. So thank you for that question, and I appreciate the fact that that is really to me, it's a magic bullet. That tutoring is a magic bullet, and it's certainly been substantiated by a lot of research. I also just get back to Mr. Bartley's comment. I also want the board to know that I continue to reach out to superintendents. Last week, I visited Prince George's County and had a wonderful in-person meeting with Dr. Goldston. And then I also traveled to Montgomery County to meet with Dr. Smith. And so we talked about strategies. I'm continuing to reach out to superintendents that have not reopened fully, and I will continue to do that through the next weeks. And I certainly recognize this is an ongoing thing, and it's why I feel so compelled to be passionate about getting our kids back. I just don't know what else to do to get our schools open, but I do know we need to get our schools open safely, and I know we've done it. We've done it before. We did it in half the state before just this last couple of weeks. Done it well with many mitigation strategies in the schools. I hope to bring something to the board in January, a little video presentation of some of what our schools have done to keep our students safe so that everybody can see what it looks like inside of our schools now. This was a suggestion by Mr. Crawford, and I think it's a great idea because he and I visited schools and we saw all the mitigation strategies, but it would be nice for everybody, the public, to see how innovative our schools have been to make sure our students are safe. I can tell you that our schools are cleaner and safer than any place I have been during the pandemic. It is just an absolute amazing environment, and our students are safe in there. So I'll stop pontificating and open it up for any more questions.
I'm sorry, this is just a follow-up to my point before. The tutoring funds expire at the end of this school year. Do we have any funds that will be available for the spring semester?
We have a ton of CARES funding that doesn't end until fiscal year 22. So there are other ways to use funds. If school systems decide to do that, they have other resources. And that is something that we'll look at too, Ms. Halley, is maybe we can find additional grants. If there's another stimulus package, we may be able to divert it to those particular sources for tutoring. So those are things that we're continuing to evaluate as they come down the pike.
Ms. Morrow, then Mr. Wu.
Thank you, Dr. Salmon. One question, so in your slides, you referenced Rhode Island and that they had prioritized keeping schools open. Are there other things that are being discussed at the state level, or should we be advocating towards more restrictions in other areas so that we can move towards reopening schools? And then I would say so I'm in Prince George's County. A survey that they did back in October before the most recent case increases was that I think upwards of 2/3 of the families still were not comfortable coming back in person. And now cases have only gone up since then. So I guess this is more of a comment for me that even if we get to a point where schools are able to reopen for some small groups, I think we still have a very big challenge of there's a number of families who plan to remain virtual. And that's something that as we're discussing the strategy, we can't lose sight that even once school buildings reopen, I know CEO for Prince George's County has specifically said that families will continue to have that option this year. And I believe some of the other superintendents have said the same as well.
Well, if I could,
that's something that even when we get buildings open, that obviously doesn't make the rest of it go away.
And that's not the intent. Ever since the beginning of our planning process, we had decided that approximately 30% of our parents may choose to stay virtual. And so when school systems first developed their recovery plans, they were all going to start in a hybrid fashion. And they were also going to allow that percentage of students to become virtual, and they made their plans to address that. Prince George's County is a very unique situation in the state in terms of that many parents wanting to be virtual. I did discuss that with Dr. Goldston, and that is their purview to do that, and that is her plan. But that is not typical across the state. In fact, today, actually yesterday, I logged 1,000 emails just since the beginning of October from parents who are demanding me to open schools. Now, I don't have that purview. So we are still seeing some unique situations, but virtual school is still an option for any parent that wants it. We've always planned for that. It's just that things got turned around quite quickly when we saw that staff wasn't coming back to schools and we couldn't staff our classrooms. And that's why some of our school systems had to pull back from the hybrid model. That's what happened. So thank you for bringing that up. It is a very particular situation in PG County, again, that Dr. Goldston and I talked about. And, she understands her families, and I appreciate the fact that she is in tune with their needs. And I think that they will make out just fine going forward in what they're trying to do.
Which goes back to my original question about Rhode Island. Are there other things that we should be advocating for the state to prioritize, or for the state to do so that we can better prioritize schools in light of the current increases that we've seen?
I think that is an appropriate role for the state board, and those conversations are ongoing. As I said, Dr. Chan and I talk about these things all the time, and we all are looking at the research, and I think education, in my opinion, is just as important and essential as our healthcare system. And that's why I wrote the letter just yesterday to Dr. Chan about prioritizing vaccinations for our schools in terms of our adults.
I think just going to go to Mr. Wu and then go back to Dr. Salmon so we can continue, because we have people waiting for the oral arguments. But I think Ms. Morrow raises a good point. There may be a time when we want to, as a board, take a point of view on some of these matters and stake out a position. So as we go forward and we listen, think, and hear more about what's coming out in January, maybe it will be appropriate for us to take a point of view, take a position on a particular issue that's relevant for our children going forward. Mr. Wu.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Salmon, for the presentation. I did see that in Montgomery County, 45% of English learner students were failing 9th grade math. And so I was wondering if we saw a correlation between performance and attendance with how frequently they were meeting with their ESOL counselors. Because we know how important that support service staff is for non-English learners. And I know you might not be able to quite fully answer that question with, somewhat limited data, but I think it'd be worthwhile for us to explore that relationship in the future.
And I will do that, Jason. That's an excellent perception on your part, because we don't know what all the factors are right now, but that's what we're going to be digging into as we look at these first term metrics. And so we will certainly try to look at that relationship. I know Dr. Shaw is online right now, and that'll be something that we are going to take a look at. Also with our students with disabilities, because I think that we've also seen some high failure rates with that population of students. So thank you for pointing that out.
Mr. DeShields, and then in the interest of time, with the board's permission, I would like to let Dr. Salmon continue, because we do have 2 oral arguments and people waiting their turn to come online. So.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. Thank you, Mr. Crawford, but I do want to support Dr. Salmon's urging us to do all we can to reopen the schools safely for our students. But I particularly wanted to emphasize what you indicated earlier should be a priority for us, and that is, how do we address lost learning and what we can do to accelerate what I think is going to be a critical problem for our schools in regard to those who have lost months and possibly now years of learning in our school system. It is a critical concern for us. And I encourage Dr. Salmon to bring to us in January those steps, those strategies that we can take and give a priority to see that lost learning over these several months and now longer can be addressed for the benefit of our students, and possibly, Mr. Crawford, to take a point of view on that as a board, because that is critical. It's critical to our students, particularly, and I would support this board taking a point of view on that particular issue, because I think it's something that deserves our attention and a priority for us. So thank you.
So, Mr. Crawford, in the interest of time, I'm not going to read this presentation to you. I'm going to just highlight a couple of things. The reason why we left it so wordy in a PowerPoint is I wanted the public to have the information as well. And again, this is just what's been happening since school started up until now. So, Ms. Gable, if you could please show the PowerPoint. I'm just going to highlight a couple of things, and we'll try to get back on track with our time. But I certainly will stand for any questions the board has with regard to any of this information, and I can come back and reiterate some of it in January as well. So we'll try to get back on track this way, if that's all right with you, sir.
Absolutely.
All right. Mary, can you show the PowerPoint, please? So again, I'm just going to highlight a few things. Mary, let's go to the next slide. What I've done is to give you a look at what each of the main departments and the divisions here at MSDE have been doing since school started. And I'm just going to highlight a couple of things on each slide. I want to just highlight the work of our Judy centers. I don't know how we would work on our early childhood initiatives without them. They serve children birth through the age of 5, and we've been doing a lot of putting out virtual things for families, as well as distributing technology and devices. Next slide, please. In terms of Dr. Williamson's division of teaching and learning, there are many divisions underneath that. The Division of Career and College Readiness has been putting out grants. You can see all the money that we've distributed to support virtual instruction. And we're also proud that we've been able to coordinate with employers to offer virtual workplace learning experience for our CTE students. Next slide, please. In terms of leadership and school improvement, you can see that we have worked on how leaders can conduct their leadership activities virtually, especially with our school leaders and central office staff, to do the teacher and principal observation process. Next slide, please. In terms of our Division of Early Intervention and Special Education, you've had a presentation from Mrs. Franchowski, who does an absolutely tremendous job of working across the state to provide technical assistance and resources to make sure that our students with disabilities are getting the very best education they can during this critical time. All of these are posted on the website for parents and teachers and the community. In terms of the next slide, Division of Curriculum Instruction and Improvement, also under Dr. Williamson's purview, we are working to find lots of solutions to how we're doing our virtual and hybrid teaching. We've been providing a lot of professional development sessions, creating resources that we're sending out to school systems, and making sure that we're offering the online courses that school systems can take advantage of. Next slide, please. In terms of juvenile services education, we currently have all of our schools in either full in-person instruction or in some cases virtual instruction, depending on the impact. Remember, these students are in a facility, and our teachers go into that facility to provide the instruction. But we are working very closely with the Department of Juvenile Services to create quality education for these students at the present time. I want to thank our teachers for doing such a great job in our juvenile services facilities. They've been pretty much on board the entire pandemic and providing services to students. So thank you. In terms of transportation, we've been working very closely with the Maryland Emergency Management Agency and the Maryland Department of Health. Our Director of Transportation, Gabriel Rose, is our key point person during the pandemic. Not only is he continuing to provide information about transportation to the local school systems, but he is working to make sure that we are in concert with all of the directives from MEMA and making sure that our meals are delivered on time and also that we have the appropriate PPE delivered to all of our school systems. Next slide, please. I'm not going to spend any time on, sorry, I must have missed a slide. You actually heard from Mr. Mason this morning, and I did skip a slide. I'm sorry, Mary. We again are making sure that people are functioning well within this virtual platform in terms of providing that kind of guidance we talked about this morning in terms of ventilation. Next slide, please. The next two slides are related to the MPSSAA. You've had several presentations. Remember that the board voted to let school systems begin December the 7th for virtual and in-person athletic activities. Some of the schools have done that. Some of the schools have not opened. Mary, let's go to the slide on student services and strategic planning, which is all under the auspices of Dr. Lawson and Mrs. Gable. And so just wanted to note the guide that we published, and I talked about this in another presentation just recently. It's called The New Normal, Understanding and Responding. This is for school and school system personnel and supporting students as they transition from isolation to renewed interactions. This addresses issues such as depression, anxiety, loss, bias, and classroom interventions. I wanted to also let people know that we have weekly meetings with all of the directors of student service. This is in addition to the meetings that was described in Dr. Chan's presentation earlier this morning. We are providing ongoing technical support and professional development on a continual basis. We talked about the mental health that we are trying to do, and I'm going to skip down, Mary, to the youth development branch. Yesterday, Mr. Crawford talked about the fact that we were working very hard to make sure we were addressing student mental health needs because they are crucial right now. Students are really having issues. So we're trying to make sure all of our programs like Project Aware And some of our other initiatives are going to continue in a virtual way, and we're providing lots of technical assistance to our school systems in order to do that, along with grants and other funding that we did not have enough time to talk about today. And then let's go ahead to the grants section, because we did talk about this just recently. And I will send out and we'll post the chart of, keep going.
Karen, you want to go to the chart? I'm sorry, I'm putting the voice on because I want to get where you want to be.
I want to go to the chart, please.
There you go.
Finance and administration. So that funding is listed there. The chart that I'm going to post and send out to the board will include the amount of funding for each of the local school systems, along with where they are with their spending and what were they using it for. So you'll have that detailed information as soon as we can get that up this afternoon. And then I just want to talk a little bit about food and nutrition. My goodness, can you believe that we have delivered over almost 51 million meals to students? This is an amazing feat. We have kept our students fed. If you remember in the beginning of the pandemic, that was our very first effort, was to staff and make sure that we had enough people to provide meals for students so they would not be hungry. You can see that we've been proactive in getting waivers and making sure that we have funding reimbursement. And you can see that we've got about $44 million, almost $145 million in reimbursement funds. So thank you to our food service staff here at MSDE. Thank you to our food service workers out in the community. And just a really quick shout out, because I didn't get to talk a lot about childcare today, but childcare providers have continued through the pandemic to be one of our heroes in the field and very essential, and doing an outstanding job to provide childcare, both for essential personnel initially and now for all children that need childcare. So with that, I'll stop. President Crawford, that was the very short version of that presentation, but it is, as I said, pretty self-explanatory and available for the public, and I can come back to any of that next month.
Okay, very good. I think one of the challenges when you're running a program like yours is that you get so focused on delivery, you don't tell anybody. People don't know. So I think it's good to be able to get information out so people can see what the department is doing. They're doing some great work. What I would like to do is take a 10-minute break, and then we come back and have the oral arguments. I want us to be able to focus on the two oral arguments. So let us take a quick 10-minute break and then come back, and we will start with the oral arguments. But this has been a very good day in terms of material and presentations. Thank you.
Mr. Crawford, if I may, if we could have the Melissa Van Herksen versus Montgomery County Board of Education parties be ready to go on in 10 minutes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, we should be starting to reconvene at this time. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Dr. Green.
Hello, everyone.
We assigned so many projects to you. We kept saying, who should do this? And everyone looked around and said, Dr. Green.
That's what happens when you're not on time, huh?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Give people another couple of minutes because we want to make sure we've got everyone. Let's see how we're doing. Alrighty. Looks like we have everyone, looks like, but I think we now have.
You have quorum.
Yes, great. All righty. Mr. Shaw?
You bet. This is an exceptions hearing request. I'm sorry, I'm calling Melissa Van Herkson et al. Versus Montgomery County Board of Education. Are both attorneys on the call?
Claude Devasty Jones is here on behalf of the Board of Education for Montgomery County.
Thank you. Mr. Garza, are you on the call? Mr. Garza? Is there someone on the call for the appellants? Melissa Van Herkson versus et al. Jackie, are you on the call? If Jackie LaFiandra, if you're on the call, would you please contact Mr. Garza?
I think I'm on now.
Very good.
All right, I'm on now.
Okay, Mr. Garza, would you please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, my name is John Garza, attorney for the appellants.
Thank you. This is an exceptions hearing requested by the appellants regarding the administrative law judge's proposed decision affirming the local board's redistricting plan, which changes school boundaries for the Clarksburg, Northwest, and Seneca Valley clusters in Montgomery County. This is an exceptions to OAH decision MSDE BE 0920-01453. This oral argument is being conducted consistent with COMAR 13A010507F. Each side has 10 minutes for oral argument. Appellant, you have the burden of proof and you will go first. Mr. Garza, I understand you have reserved 5 minutes for rebuttal. So you will have 5 minutes for argument, and Ms. DeVesti Jones, you will have the opportunity to argue. And appellant, Mr. Garza, will be given a warning at 4 minutes. Dr. Simpson, would you please set your timer for 4 minutes and then stop the oral argument at 5 minutes. When the 5 minutes is called, Mr. Garza, you may finish your sentence, but then you must stop speaking and then mute your microphone, please. Mr. Garza, when you are ready, you may begin. Before you do begin, Dr. Simpson, are you ready?
Yes, I am. I've set the timer for 4 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Garza, you may begin.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. This case is about public participation. The appellants are a very diverse cross-section of people from Montgomery County, Maryland. Mainly they have children in the school system there, in the elementary schools and the middle schools. The case is about a reassignment of elementary schools to different middle schools that took place under the guise of changing boundaries. And so that's to alleviate capacity issues in the high schools. None of the stated goals of this county board were met by the conduct that they implemented. And we were able to prove that in our papers that are in the record here. It's an important case to this board because it is important to many people in Montgomery County, as demonstrated by the media coverage of this case, demonstrated by the large response to the GoFundMe that was set up for this case. And it's also demonstrated by the fact there's an identical case out of Howard County that's still pending, I believe, before the board. I'm not sure where it stands. I tried to find out this morning, but I didn't find out. So, and you can probably expect more cases like this from other counties going forward. So it should be something that you should all be interested in, I would hope. This board is given visitational power over the local boards. That's what the Maryland Court of Appeals says in several cases that we cited in our papers. And what we're seeking here from the board is that you would reject the recommended ruling of the ALJ and rule in our favor and send this back to Montgomery County School Board and tell them to do it all over again and do it right the next time. And if you don't find that you can do that, then at least send it back to the ALJ so that he can consider all of the relevant legal arguments and facts that were submitted to him, and yet he refused to consider. This case is sort of a poster child for denial of due process. When we first filed the appeal, the Montgomery County School Board filed their response 12 days late, and Judge Klauber, the first ALJ in this case, didn't allow them to file that late. They never did file a record on appeal. That was never done. So the families, the parents, the citizens of Montgomery County created their own record. They went out, they searched the school system's website. They did numerous PIAs to get information from the school board, and they created their own record, which is what we have before you today. In addition, you'll hear me talking about the ALJ would not consider our reply to their response in the motion for summary decision. Well, up until that time, replies had been filed in other motions, and in fact, the Montgomery County School Board filed a SIR reply to one of our replies. So the pattern in this case was to certainly allow replies in these matters. It's an important case. And on top of all that, we issued discovery in the case, and we were stonewalled with the argument being that due to COVID-19, the school board couldn't really take the time to give us the information we requested. So as I said, we went and produced our own record. We hired an expert witness. Her report is in the record in this case. She demonstrated in her report that all of the stated goals that the school board was trying to accomplish, none of them were accomplished. In fact, not one of them was accomplished. In fact, things like limiting split articulations, they increased split articulations. The only thing that the expert could find, and in fact, the farms rates were not significantly changed after all these redistricting was accomplished. The only thing that was accomplished was a change in racial composition, which the board denies as being a purpose of what they were trying to do. We demonstrated in our filings and through the PIA that we were not late anyway. As you'll see in our papers, the ALJ refused to consider a number of our arguments. And I'll get to that in my next 5 minutes. I think I'm out of the first 5 minutes, according to my watch. And so I'll get to that in the bottom in about 5 minutes after this 10 minutes. Thank you.
Excuse me, Ms. And President Crawford. So that was the 4-minute warning that you requested. You still have one.
Oh, okay. Okay, I still have 1 minute. Okay.
So I will reset for another 1 minute.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's mine. We'd like this board to bring back the faith of the public, to not disenfranchise the citizens of Montgomery County by allowing the ALJ to deny consideration of our papers. We established in our papers that the FAA policy was not properly adopted, and that even if it were properly adopted, the case of Bernstein versus Board of Education of Prince George's County, and also the Shaw case from this board, certainly shows that public participation is extremely important to everybody, and it should be. And public participation was gerrymandered by a member of the Montgomery County School Board, who's no longer a member, by the way. And Robert's rules were not followed. And the Akari doctrine and the decisions of the Davis case from this board were also not followed. All these things require public participation. So I'd like to reserve the rest of my time, and thank you.
Ms. Devasti-Jones, you may begin.
Thank you. The appellants state several things in their exceptions in which the Board of Education has replied to for Montgomery County. First, dealing with the issue of the response by the local board and by ALJ Klauber and her ruling. What the appellants rely on is a Michael D. versus Anne Arundel County Board of Education opinion from this board from earlier this year, which is very distinguishable from any redistricting cases, because in that case, that is an appeal on the record. And as we know, the redistricting cases under COMAR are not appeals on the record. In fact, the authority is delegated to the Office of the Administrative Hearings and to the administrative law judge to get an evidentiary finding and to actually get the record together. And that is what is submitted to the State Board of Education. And so therefore, when that delegation is made to the Office of Administrative Hearings, it then, as part of COMAR, the state board then delegates that authority, and in delegating that authority, they permit the Office of Administrative Hearings to then follow what they perceive their hearing procedures in accordance with the Administrative Procedures Act under COMAR 13A, 01, 05, 07D. And so because of that, as ALJ Klauber cites in her ruling, she did not believe that what the appellants were asking for was appropriate, and that Michael D. Versus Anne Arundel County Board of Education was distinguishable, and that in fact, because there had to be a pre-hearing conference, and then that is when she in fact set the hearing guidelines and set the timeline for the matter, that is what controls. The appellants also discuss what they believe is an inability for them to file a reply for their motion for summary decision by ALJ Breslow, which is the proposed decision which the Board of Education Montgomery County is asking the state board to accept. And in that, he disagrees that the appellants disagree that, in fact, that they were not permitted to file the reply there is a lengthy discussion that the county board has provided in the exceptions, and ALJ Breslow also provides some guidance as well as to the pre-hearing conference regarding the timeline for this matter. At the time that the pre-hearing conference was had, ALJ Breslow contemplated that there was a hearing date set for July 20th at the time, and that he wanted to get an answer on the motion for summary decision by July 3rd. In fact, got it out a little bit early by the Friday before July 3rd, and in fact had all the pleadings being set simultaneously. Something that was obviously not in that pre-hearing conference was in fact no replies were contemplated as far as filing a motion for summary decision and then filing answers or responses to that, as is also found in COMAR. When looking at motion for summary decisions, replies are not necessarily contemplated, and if it was to be contemplated, it would have been the subject of conversation during the pre-hearing conference, which I believe the appellants provided as part of their exceptions. And so we would ask you to consider and adopt ALJ Breslow's decision regarding the fact that a reply was not contemplated and that it did not need to be considered. It had nothing to do with really a late filing, but had everything to do with the fact that it was not part of the contemplated part of the papers and how they were going to proceed in this matter. And finally, the appellants brought up in their arguments talking about the stated goals for the Board of Education for Montgomery County and how they were not, in fact, accomplished because there were issues or, as they believe, some violations in the adoption back in 2018 of the policy FAA. Which was in detail explained by ALJ Breslow, the reasoning and the papers that were submitted, including the affidavits by the county board regarding how the adoption of the FAA was, and the comments that were made, that there was in fact a commentary period, and that the change that was made is discretionary on the part of the county board as to whether or not they needed to reopen for a commentary period. Specifically that the board may, in fact, reopen it if there are substantial changes. Obviously, based on the board's decision not to send it back for a commentary period within their discretion, decided that there was not a substantial change. And so the commentary period previously held was sufficient. And so therefore, the policy FAA, which in fact is what it helped with the boundary decision in this particular case, was in fact appropriate. As to the comments that Montgomery County Board of Education did not accomplish their goals, as stated and specifically provided in our response, they did in fact fulfill very many beneficial effects, such as overutilization at Clarksburg and Northwest High School, underutilization at Seneca Valley High School was improved, that 3 high schools now had contiguous boundaries, that students currently and in the future could now walk to their high school, and therefore there was less buses that were going to be needed, that the farms disparity among the 3 high schools was reduced, that the split articulation from Great Seneca Creek Elementary School to the middle school was eliminated, that there was a small split articulation from Spark Matsunuga Elementary School to the middle school was eliminated, that the farms display disparity between Neelsville and Rocky Hill Middle School was reduced, and they avoided the creation of a split articulation for the students attending Rocky Hill Middle School. So it is not actually correct, even based with their expert, that the goals were not accomplished by the boundary decision that was made by the Board of Education. And so we would ask that you actually adopt the recommendation of ALJ Breslow and find that the Board of Education of Montgomery County did their boundary review was appropriate, and that the motion for summary decision should be upheld. Thank you.
Mr. Garza, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So the argument about the reply, counsel says that replies are not contemplated, but COMAR, and we cite the COMAR section in our papers, in our exceptions, but I'll tell you what they are. COMAR 13A.01.05.04 E2 says that replies are allowed and they are to be filed within 10 days. And there was no discussion. Everyone agrees about whether there would be replies filed or not. And so no discussion doesn't overturn COMAR. If COMAR was to be overturned by the ALJ, then he should have done it in writing and explicitly. Now, the reason this is important is because in the county's response to our motion for summary decision, they bring up that policy FAA-RA was changed to allow the submitting changes to policies without the full 21 days of public comment. Okay, and what we showed in our reply was yes, it was changed after the facts of this case. So using that is inappropriate because that policy change occurred after our facts. And so the old policy FAA was still in effect when this all happened. Having one member of the Board of Education go on Facebook and say, hey, can everybody send in their comments right away because we've only got a few days before this goes into effect. And then luckily, a few parents actually got wind of what was going on, and after they got wind of it, the comments were overwhelmingly against this change. So had there been a full and effective public participation, at least you wouldn't have the public feeling like they got hoodwinked or disenfranchised. You wouldn't have me here. You wouldn't have all these websites out there. You wouldn't have all this action in the media and on Facebook and the public feeling disenfranchised because this thing got railroaded through. So this matter should be reversed and sent back. It was gerrymandered through by one member of the board who's no longer a member there, and it shouldn't be allowed to stand. You all have plenary power. You have supervisory power. You have complete power over this. You can change this and take care of it right now and send it back to the county board and tell them to do it right. And if it goes that way, then it goes that way. But let the public participate. Don't change the rules at the last minute and then put something on a Facebook page and say that that's public participation. Stop. And we showed, I think, in our expert witness and everything else that what was the board said they were trying to do, they didn't do anyway. But those are all factual cases. And if you want to send it back for a trial, which never happened in this case, the ALJ granted summary decision. Ms. DeVestri even said that, well, we don't produce a record because there's going to be an evidentiary hearing. There was no evidentiary hearing in this case. The board got summary decision. We didn't get to put on a single witness. We had witnesses. We had expert witnesses. We could have put on witnesses. We argued that if you're not going to grant it in our favor, because our arguments are legal arguments. Our arguments were legal arguments. Our arguments were that you didn't follow your own rules. And your own case in the Davis versus Anne Arundel County says that you have to follow your own rules. The Carty doctrine says that. The Maryland Court of Appeal, everybody says that. So they didn't follow their own rules. That's a legal argument. We should have won on a legal decision. They make factual arguments without a record, without any witnesses, with affidavits from their own witnesses. We brought in an independent expert, Sheila Weiss, who's got amazing credentials. She showed that what happened is not what they say happened. And so this thing has to either be sent back now to the Board of Education to do it right, which is fine. And if those who want this policy implemented, then they'll prevail. But at least it'll be a fair fight. And if not, then send it back to the ALJ and have him conduct an evidentiary hearing and take evidence as Ms. DeVestri said it was supposed to have happened. Yeah, there was no record on appeal. All the facts that were produced, we had to produce ourselves. And we were expecting a trial. We never got one. We didn't think we needed a trial because legally they didn't follow their own rules. And so that should have been sent back based on that. So unless there's some questions from the board, I hope that this board will do its job, and you certainly have the power to do what you need to do here. So thank you very much.
Members of the board, I turn it back to you, Mr. Crawford, for taking any questions.
Yes, Mr. Barkley, please.
Thank you for your arguments, Mr. Garza and Ms. DeVestri. I'm Sean Bartley, board member here, and I have a series of questions for Mr. Garza and some questions for Ms. DeVestri. Mr. Garza, were there facts and arguments that you needed to advance during a formal hearing process that you were not afforded the opportunity to present? Was there prior purposeful or de facto segregation by the county that needed to be cured by redistricting? Were there interested parents that requested redistricting so that their children could receive the benefit of it? And finally, were the minority populations of the schools affected by redistricting receive benefit from the redistricting? Those are my questions, Mr. Garza.
Okay, Mr. Bartley, I'm not sure I heard everything you said. There was a little breakup there for me, but I'll try to answer your questions.
Well, I can restate them if you'd like. If you certainly.
If I don't get it right, please ask again. Was there de facto racial discrimination in Montgomery County? I would say no, because the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals and the federal courts had already determined that in the Eisenberg case. In the Eisenberg case, it's a seminal case on this issue, famous case. The Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals said that Maryland and Montgomery County in particular did not have a history of racial discrimination. So I would say that no, Montgomery County does not have that type of a history that you might find in Alabama or Mississippi or something like that. Regarding the effect of the redistricting, I think that we asserted that the actual effect of the redistricting was to change the racial makeup of the school system, of the schools in question. The board, I don't think, will agree that that's what they were trying to do. They say it had to do with farms rates. So if they want to admit that, that's fine. I think that's what was happening. I'm not saying that's a bad goal. I'm just saying that that's not what they tried to say they were doing. So if they want to do that, then they should just say it. And then I think you had a third question, and I didn't catch that one. I'm sorry.
Mr. Bartley, you are muted.
Were there interested parents that requested redistricting for the benefit of their minority students or minority children?
I don't believe that people said it in those terms. I know that there were some groups brought in that were minority groups, and that I'm not sure exactly what they said, but I don't know the answer to that. You know, I'm a minority myself, and so I know a lot about discrimination. I've been discriminated my whole life.
Let me clarify my question. It looks like this minority populations were reduced and not increased. Is that correct from my reading of the statistics?
My understanding of the statistics is that they were shifted. I don't think there were any reduction in the number of students in the schools. They were moved around, and that was what was accomplished here.
Was there an increase in one minority group over another minority group at the school?
Well, when you increase a minority group in one school, then you decrease it in another school. So what happened was Rocky Hill had a reduction, and Neelsville had an increase.
So if we look at immutable characteristics of what defines a minority, were the people with immutable characteristic minorities reduced in favor of the dominant culture group?
I don't think there is a dominant in Montgomery County. I believe that Montgomery County is a racially diverse county. There is no dominant group. And so I wouldn't be able to answer that question.
And there was one question you missed. I said, were there facts and arguments you needed to advance during a formal hearing that you weren't able to advance because of the summary judgment ruling?
Yes.
And what were those?
Many facts. Well, the entire expert witness report lays out most of our facts. She was able to go in and using statistics and data show that the farms rates in the schools didn't actually change. And she was able to show that the stated goals, the split articulations actually increased. And so if you read her report, you'll see the facts that we wanted to establish.
All right. And then I had questions for Ms. Vestry Jones. Did the goals of the school board seek to end racial segregation? Did the goals seek to increase student performance and attendance? And did the goals seek to increase the overall grades of the students?
So the overall goals, as I stated before, were multifaceted. So part of the guiding parameters were for the stability, and also in doing that were the demography, the geography, and the facility utilization. So they were looking across all of those different factors. So there wasn't just one goal that the Board of Education was trying to accomplish. So in doing what they were looking at schools that were being underutilized, overutilized, looking at the growth, looking at new construction where there's going to be the ability to take on more students at one of the schools. And in doing that, though, they did look at the farm percentages at the different schools to see if it would help to reduce disparity, because there was a lot of focus and discussion through the stakeholders by talking to the community prior to this boundary review. In fact, there were 12 community-wide meetings where they were discussing different factors and different issues, which did talk about disparity amongst some schools, talk about utilization at schools, busing versus walking. So those were the things that they were looking at, and those were their focus. I mean, they did look at all the other things. They did look at, as they're making the changes, they do look at things like grades and things like that and testing scores, but that was not the focus of the Board of Education at the time for this particular boundary review.
So there were no goals that addressed like racial segregation, increase in student performance, increase in attendance, or increase in grades, correct?
Yeah, what they wanted to do was avoid the triple articulations. They wanted to maintain walkers. They wanted to relieve capacity. But again, they were looking at farm data and looking at the diversity.
So the goals were socioeconomic and not academic, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Okay. Well, I think Dr. Lee.
Thank you very much. I have a question that centers on the outreach activities of the county. It says in here that the NCPS staff met with the NAACP Parents Council and the Identity Inc. And I believe the Identity Inc. is a group that represents Latino voices. So I'm wondering if there was any outreach made to Asian families. Looking at the other information in here, it looks like Asian families or Asian students would be very much affected by this change. In some cases, middle schools would go from 8.8% Asian to 17% Asian, and in another middle school it was 29%, which would go to 19%. So there's a lot of displacement of Asian families, Asian students. So I was wondering about that, and the fact that the county says they had 2 online surveys in 7 languages, which is very commendable. But what's not clear to me is it says the first survey, or I'm reading the superintendent's recommendation report, and he indicated that the first survey had 4,387 respondents, And then a second survey went out and got 3,078 respondents, which could be, 3,000 very committed people, but I don't know who are those people. Are they parents? Are they staff? Are they just citizens that are pushing, an agenda? I don't know. So it might be helpful for us to see kind of who actually was told about this, because if it's true what Mr. Garza said, that it was a Facebook post that generated all this last minute attention, I don't know. But it would be helpful to have a better sense of the actual outreach that happened and the effectiveness of getting actual parent voices. And I understand that there were focus groups and there were all those other types of outreach too. But in terms of actually getting the people whose kids are the ones affected, I'd be very interested to know what the response rate was on those surveys and who those people were that responded, whether they were really parents. And then my last question has to do with the actual option that was presented. I understand, for me, geographic proximity makes a lot of sense, preserving walkers. But in looking at the map, it looks like there's a strip that is segregated, and there's another district before it gets to the district that group of people go to. So that means those people are going to be bused. They got to be bused because we're going through a huge geographic distance. How did that get arrived at? And I honestly didn't have time to look at all the different options in detail, but that underlies the argument that the walkers were prioritized because those people in that section would not be able to walk to high school. So those are my questions.
Mr. Crawford, may I respond?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, for your questions. I'd like to start with the second question first. And really, your questions are exactly why we needed a evidentiary hearing in this case, which we didn't get. These are exact same questions that I would like to ask at a trial of the witnesses from the Montgomery County Board of Education, which we didn't get a chance to do. We never had a trial in this case. I would have asked those exact same questions. Probably not as well, but I would have asked them similar. The fact is that my clients, 3 of them, have to go past their middle school to get bused to the other middle school. They actually have to ride by Neilsville to get to Rocky Hills. We think that the proximity, most parents are going to tell you that proximity is the most important thing. Mm-hmm. They want to be as close to their schools as they can. It makes everything easier for them. They can get to extracurricular activities. They can get to school on time. They can get picked up on time. Everything's much easier for the family if they're near the school. There might be reasons to transport kids across county, but usually they're not very good reasons for most people. So these are reasons why the case should be set back and have a trial, so we can ask these kinds of questions. Our expert witness established in our mind that proximity was really ignored in what happened here. Now, as far as the outreach, there were some outreach to the NAACP and Identity Inc. I am not aware of any outreach to Asian communities. Our expert made a remarkable finding in her report, which was that the county school board includes whites and Asians in the same category. And her finding was that Asians actually drag up whites as far as scores go. And that if you take the whites out of that category, they were basically equal with blacks and Latinos in how they do in the schools. It's the Asians dragging the whites up. So that is something that needs to be explored as well, as why does Montgomery County include Asians and whites in the same category? That's an interesting question. I think we should be allowed to ask that question.
I would like to, pardon me, at this time, what I'd like to try to do is give counsel for the Board of Education an opportunity to comment, and then we will wrap this up, I believe, unless there's something brand new issue that the board has. We still have we have the written record, we've read the written record, and we still have another oral argument to hear. So I'm going to give counsel for the Board of Education to an opportunity to comment.
Thank you, President Crawford. So basically, the Board of Education for Montgomery County can't resolve every single issue and every single target all of the time. So there are three main focuses, as you saw in the superintendent's report, which is the demographic characteristics of student population, geography, and facility utilization. Facility utilization was a huge factor in this because there were schools that were way beyond target utilization and other schools that were way below. So there's a lot of competing factors. So they're not going to always resolve every issue or every target every single time. But if they are able to maximize what their goals are amongst all of that region, which is what they did, sometimes, yeah, there may be some that they still get to get bused, but if they increase the number of walkers, then they've still managed to accomplish their goals. So when we talk about some of the variances that you were pointing out, that doesn't necessarily mean they weren't able to accomplish their goals. It just means they can't always accomplish every single goal at every single school every single time. They have to look at how they can maximize that. As far as the breakdown as to the surveys, I would have to go back and actually ask them for a breakdown as to who they were targeting. But the stakeholders in the community are always going to be the students, the teachers, the people who live in the community, anybody who has a stake in what happens in the actual redistricting. But to find out exactly who answered which parts of the surveys, I would have to get that information, see if I can get that information. I don't have that. That is not part of the record because that was not part of the issues that were brought up by the appellants in this matter. Their focus was specifically as to policy FAA and as to saying that basically essentially that there was some kind of racial disparity as far as the boundary review. So it was somewhat a little bit different, but that was not something that is part of the record for your review at this time.
Okay. Then, Mr. Schoen, let me come back to you. Is there anything more that we need to do at this time?
No, we don't. I want to thank the parties for your argument. The State Board will deliberate and issue a decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
I'd like to next call Northwood Appold Community Academy, Inc., NACA, versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. Give council a moment to come online. Council for Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners, are you on? Ms. Hopton, are you on the call? Okay, since this is an exceptions hearing requested by the appellants, we will begin, and I would hope that Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners will appear. This is an exceptions hearing requested by NACA. Hi, Ms. Hopton. By NACA regarding the administrative law judge's proposed decision affirming the local board's decision not to renew the school's charter. This is a review of OH decision number MSDE BE 12A 1916403. Council, will you please introduce yourselves for the record, starting with Mr. Gormley, with counsel for NACA?
Yes, Joe Gormley, Annapolis, Maryland, counsel for Northwood Appold Community Academy, Inc., appellant. Thank you.
And Ms. Hopton, would you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Hi, I'm Sharazad A. Houghton on behalf of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners.
Thank you very much. Each side has 10 minutes for their oral argument. NACA is the appellant. You have the burden of proof in the appeal, and you will go first. You have reserved 2 minutes for rebuttal. Is that correct, Mr. Gormley?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you'll have 8 minutes for your argument. Then Ms. Houghton for the local board will argue. She will have 10 minutes. And then Mr. Gormley, you will have 2 minutes for rebuttal. You will receive a warning buzzer at 1 minute. Dr. Simpson, would you please set your timer to 8 minutes, please, or 7 minutes? And then stop the argument at 2 minutes. Mr. Gormley, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for today and your service. We're very grateful for it. We're before you because on January 8th, 2019, the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners voted on recommendation of the chief executive not to renew Northwood Apple Community Academy charter. I'll refer to them as NACA from here on out. On February 23rd, of course, NACA appealed that, and the hearing officers report that recommending sustaining the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners' position is what's on appeal before you. The standard before the hearing officer was whether the decision of the Baltimore City Board was illegal or arbitrary and capricious, or otherwise not in accordance with law. NACA argued at the hearing that the decision of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners was illegal or arbitrary and capricious and not in accordance with law because there was no evidence, and indeed in the record there's substantial evidence, that schools with NACA's ratings and NACA's history were in fact consistently renewed. And there was no evidence that anyone with NACA's ratings had ever been non-renewed. The math used to come up with the final averages of the ratings did not average the ratings that were in the record for NACA. They got the highest possible ratings for their financial management. And with respect to their academic achievements, they were 4th and 5th in reading point increases in math, or rather in math and reading, in the year before they were closed. So the question is whether or not the hearing officer was correct that the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners did not act arbitrarily and capriciously. But we believe that they did, because the hearing officer seemed to think that any excuse that could be articulated would be sufficient to find that the decision was therefore not arbitrary and capricious. But we respectfully submit that there are both reasons and excuses. A reason obviously makes it non-arbitrary and capricious. Even if we don't agree with the reason, even if we would have reached a different conclusion based on a legitimate reason, it may not be arbitrary and capricious. But if it's merely an excuse, if it's not a reason, then it can't be a reason that saves it from being arbitrary and capricious. We say it's an excuse because, again, the objective criteria that we met on the school board's own reporting had in the past resulted in renewals. In this case, inexplicably, it did not. There were several excuses given, but none of them amounted to actual reasons because none of them had ever justified non-renewal before. And so respectfully, we would ask that you send this back to the hearing officer and tell him to apply the correct standard, or alternatively, that you merely reverse his recommendation, not adopt, and have NACA reinstated as a school. After all, it was providing a vital service to the city of Baltimore's children. It provided a small school environment that very few other schools did, as you see from the letters in front of you from aggrieved parents. It provided a superior education, and that is not common in Baltimore City. Those parents, merely because they chose a small school, should not be forced to go away from NACA, which was serving their children very, very well, if there's no legitimate reason for them to do so. I will reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal. I think I heard my warning buzzer already go off. Did I? Or was that somebody else?
I believe that was someone else. You still have plenty of time.
Oh, I still have plenty of time? Oh, good. I was hurt. Okay. So if you review the record, I think you will find, pardon me, just one moment. As I said, that the history shows that NACA, in a release by the Baltimore City School Department, did indeed score in the 4th and 5th levels in math and reading. You'll see from the letters in front of you in the package that was sent, many of the parents feel that NACA is an essential resource for their children. You will see that NACA outperformed many of the city schools. You will see that NACA outperformed many of the city schools, both in academics, in terms of objective reasoning, and in terms of culture and subjective reasoning of the students that were there. You'll also see that Baltimore City Schools itself rated NACA with the highest possible rating for its audit and financial practices. And at the very time the excuse was being made that somehow NACA might be violating federal law and therefore would not be subject to renewal, at that very same time, NACA was obtaining federal grants and getting plaudits from the federal government. So the federal government never sued NACA, never indicated NACA violated law, never indicated that to Baltimore City Schools. At most, Baltimore City Schools was looking for an excuse to close. If they had gotten a complaint from the federal government or NACA was under investigation, that might have been a reason. Anything like that, merely to say federal law, is analogous to a police officer deciding to pull somebody over because he thought they looked like a tax evader. Sure, tax evasion is a violation of federal law, and if a police officer believes a crime is occurring, he can pull somebody over. But police officers don't enforce tax evasion. Nobody really looks like a tax evader anyways. You know, when a police officer says that, it's not a reason, it's just an excuse. And so here again, we would ask you to reverse the decision, or the proposed decision rather, of the hearing officer, and either send it back to him to apply the correct standard and make sure there are reasons for the closure of NACA, not just excuses. And I've concluded at this point. Thanks.
Ms. Houghton, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We ask that the board uphold the ALJ's decision in this case. First, I want to start by noting that about 70% of charter schools in the state of Maryland are located in Baltimore City. There are 31 charter schools in Baltimore City, with 2 starting next year. So charter schools are a very important part of this district. And I also want to point out that we renew more charter schools than we non-renew. And that's because we truly understand just how disruptive a school closure can be. And so it's something that City Schools takes very seriously. And in recognizing the importance and the value of charter schools, in 2019, the district adopted a new 8-year charter term for schools that consistently have a track record of success. And I'd like to highlight that this is the longest charter term in the state. We have a very thorough and well thought out process for evaluating charter schools during renewal. As the ALJ highlighted in the finding of fact, a charter school is evaluated on multiple measures, including, but not limited to, student achievement, school climate, and physical management and governance. In each of these categories, a school can be rated not effective, developing, effective, or highly effective. There is a clear practice in how ratings in each of the 3 areas of the rubric lead to renewal outcomes. Ratings of effective or highly effective in each of the 3 categories would lead to a 5-year renewal. A mixture of effective, highly effective, and developing would lead to a 3-year renewal, and a not effective rating in any of the 3 categories leads to a non-renewal. While academics gets 50% of the weight in the rubric, and that's to emphasize the importance of academics in the decision-making, each section of the rubric is significant. And again, a school rated not effective in any of the 3 categories will always receive a non-renewal recommendation. And this has been clearly communicated to operators over the years in renewal debriefings and trainings. And since 2012, NACA had gone through the renewal process 4 times, so they were well aware of the expectations. When the renewal process was completed for NACA, NACA was rated developing in academics because based on the absolute trend and growth performance measures in each of these categories, NACA was outperformed by schools in its comparison group. NACA was rated effective in school climate and not effective in governance and financial management. And NACA's not effective rating in the financial management and governance section was due to its issues with operator capacity. Essentially, NACA had egregious issues when it came to compliance with the applicable federal, state, and local laws, rules, policies, and regulations. Operational issues at NACA were serious and had negative repercussions for the entire district, staff, and students. NACA was rated not effective in the operator capacity measure based on its consistent lack of compliance over multiple years in a variety of areas fundamental to the successful operation of a school. So as to Title I, NACA consistently failed to meet state and federal requirements, putting the district's Title I funding at risk. NACA also failed to provide information necessary to ensure students requiring specialized transportation services, which are those students, the most vulnerable students in the district, so students whose IEP requires transportation, or homeless students, were receiving their transportation services. Not providing these services to students is, in fact, could be a violation of special education laws or the McKinney-Vento Homelessness Assistance Act. NACA also violated the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, better known as FERPA, by disclosing student information to third parties, identifying these students by name and age, and demanding the removal of early learning students to more restrictive environments. NACA also had issues when it came to the mistreatment of staff. During a routine change of staff during the 2016-2017 school year, the operator attempted to bar an employee from collecting personal belongings after she was released during the budget adjustment process. The chief of human capital, school police, and the chief of staff had to intervene. During the 2017-2018 school year, the operator violated the Family Medical Leave Act, better known as FMLA, by attempting to have a staff member on FMLA leave continue to perform work functions. In that same year, the operator also improperly barred an employee from returning to work after their FMLA leave. And also, again, in that same 2017-2018 year, the school received a notice of concern from the chief of staff due to complaints from school-based and district staff. So after hearing all the relevant facts on City Schools' decision to non-renew NACA, the ALJ supported the decision for two main reasons. ALJ Adler found that the statutory and regulatory non-compliance alone is sufficient to make City Schools' decision to non-renew NACA neither arbitrary, unreasonable, or illegal. And I'd like to note that NACA does not take exception to this. And the ALJ also notes that his conclusion was further supported by NACA's other governance and management issues, which were those issues that I just discussed. Appellate fails to introduce any arguments in its exception to prove that ALJ Adler misapplied the law or misunderstood the facts of this matter. NACA does not take exception to the core principles of the ALJ's decision. So not only are the issues that NACA is raising at this late point in the proceedings inadmissible, they're contrary to City Schools' thorough renewal process. Instead, with appellant's exceptions, they present new and inadmissible evidence, and appellant does not dispute any of the factual findings in the ALJ's proposed decisions. Now, while NACA has asserted that its students continuously outperformed the city, the school was rated developing in academics in its prior renewal, so back in 2016, and in the renewal period at issue, NACA was again rated developing in academics. Because as I noted earlier, based on the absolute trend and growth performance measures in each of these categories, NACA was outperformed by its comparison group. So this shows that NACA was not on a trajectory to effectively raise achievement of students. The data submitted by NACA and its exceptions showing an improvement in PARCC scores for 2018-2019 would not have changed the renewal outcome for NACA. At the time they went through renewal, the most recent results for PARCC were from the 2017-2018 year. And so presenting data after the period in which they were evaluated for renewal is simply just not relevant. NACA also provides an MSDE report card with its exceptions. And not only is the MSDE report card not evaluated as part of the renewal process, the data that NACA has newly introduced is not reflective of the period in which they were evaluated again. And so even if you were to consider the MSDE report card, even if that was part of the consideration, if you were to look at the period in which NACA was evaluated for renewal, NACA received one out of 5 stars on its MSDE report card, which signals that the state also considered NACA's performance poor and labeled the school as needing intervention. So, ladies and gentlemen of the board, there is nothing here to suggest that ALJ Adler misapplied the law or misunderstood the facts. And in fact, NACA does not take exception on that basis. ALJ Adler's proposed decision provided a thorough and well-reasoned basis for finding that City Schools' closure of NACA was not arbitrary, unreasonable, or illegal. And so again, we ask that you uphold the ALJ's decision. Thank you.
Mr. Gormley, you have 2 minutes to reply. You're muted, sir.
Apologies, I didn't want to breathe over opposing counsel. Opposing counsel's arguments, of course, are very eloquent and I think very well prepared. However, I do not think that they can hide the fact that she does admit that in the ratings, they rate NACA in some way as not extraordinary academically, yet at the very same time, even though counsel says it's not a relevant time, at the very same time NACA was being rated that, Baltimore City's own public schools report that was issued on August 27, 2019, sets out a ranked NACA 5th among all Baltimore City public schools in percentage point increase in level 4-5 English language arts, and 4th, again, in the point increases in math for the PARCC tests. So I don't see how, in those circumstances, the school could be rated as anything but entirely sufficient in academics. And if they are not rated as sufficient in academics when they're outperforming most other Baltimore City schools, then it's an excuse, not a reason. And therefore, the board's action in closing NACA, if it was relying on that, was arbitrary and capricious. Counsel pointed out there was an incident with an employee that involved the police. And that's true, it's in the record. It's also in the record that NACA called the police because the employee that had been terminated had come back and was being disruptive and insisting on removing things that did not belong to the employee. And so NACA called the police and called the Baltimore City school system to let them know that the employee was there and inform them of the problem. And NACA then managed the problem, but somehow NACA was penalized for that. Again, if NACA is terminated for that reason, it's an excuse, not a reason. The arguments that counsel makes highlight the fact that the board's decision was arbitrary and capricious, and that the hearing officer was therefore incorrect when he recommended that the board's finding and the board's decision be upheld. Thank you.
Board, you can ask either party questions. Mr. Crawford, I'll turn it back to you.
We'll go with Dr. Green and then Mr. Bartley.
Thank you for your presentations. I have a question I would imagine would be for the lawyer representing Baltimore. It said in the documents that we received that the Office of New Initiatives has specific standards for charter schools, and renewal applications are evaluated based on the notion that the charter school should be performing better than the school system average. Do you know the rationale for why Baltimore takes that stance?
Well, charter schools are meant to improve the district and give students in the district, more options and a variety of ways to be able to improve academically. So charter schools are meant to be an asset to the city. And that is, the standard that we look for when we are, assessing. And if you see, again, the process by which schools are evaluated for renewal is enumerated in the numerous documents. So schools are well aware of what the process is for renewal.
I guess my contention is the rationale that Baltimore is depending on its charter schools to help their scores. And from my experience, the purpose of a charter school is to give parents a choice in how their child is educated. That a charter school, because of relaxed requirements that affect the other public schools, that the charter school is able to do more innovative kind of programs, meet certain needs for a certain population. But I really take issue with Baltimore saying that the purpose of their charter schools is to make the other schools in the city look good. And to me, that's kind of faulty premise. But I had one other question too. I was looking at the climate surveys. Well, by cohort retention, you mean student retention? I'm looking under, does the school have a strong climate?
Just give me one moment to refer to that particular exhibit. Yes.
Okay. And again, I'm looking at what the parents have said and also the fact that their students, they're able to retain their students. Someone is pleased. The parents are pleased. The students are coming and they're returning to the school. So one of the whole points of having a charter school is to give parents a choice. So the parents, to me, are the ultimate decision makers. I don't know. Seems to me that the parents would be the ultimate decision makers into whether a school is effectively meeting their needs. So for those reasons, I really take issue. I understand that the scores, and I'm looking at the scores, and except for the English scores for grades 3 through 5 at 18%, I can see that's unruly. But I'm looking at the other scores, and I'm familiar with the other scores that are being produced out of Baltimore City. And again, we've seen this before with Baltimore closing charter schools. And now that I see and hear, and from hearing what you say, Ms. Houghton, that Baltimore wants their charter schools to make them look good, and if they don't, they're being closed. And I'm not sure if that's the right methods to handle that. Thank you.
I just wanted to note, as to the community support. So yes, NACA did have community support, but the board does also have an obligation to ensure that students' rights are protected and that they're receiving the services they need. So while NACA may have had community support, they had a number of serious other failures in an array of other areas. Even aside from academics, NACA had serious issues when it came to compliance with federal laws, state laws, even compliance with human capital procedures. And so that impacts its ability to be able to operate successfully.
You're muted, Mr. Crawford. Mr. Bartley, I believe you had a question.
Hi, yes. Both councils did an excellent job. I have a question for Northwood's council. Was there a positive trend with regards to student performance of Northwood? And was Northwood outperforming the approximate public school that is most adjacent? Thanks.
Thank you. I'm not sure of the answer to your second question. I don't think it was in the record. I would promise to get back to the board on that in a post-hearing memorandum. If they would wish me to do that, I can find that information for the board. I think Dr. Green's comments were very wise and well taken in terms of the reasons for schools, of course, to provide parents that choice. And in terms of your questions of the performance of that choice, well, I think you see again by Baltimore City Schools' own here, council says that in the previous park assessment, NACA was below standards. And then you can see that by 2019, or rather by NACA's last year of existence, when it was moving ahead, it had actually moved itself to the point where it was 5th among all Baltimore City public schools in a percentage point increase in level 4 or 5 English language arts, and 4th in percentage point increase in level 4 or 5 math, with a 10.6 and a 9.3 increase respectively. So in answer to your question, if you take council's admission, which I don't think was in the record below, but if you take council's here as the starting point, and then you take the post-trial memorandum, which is in the record, which is the last score that NACA made before it was terminated, you do see a positive trend there. Whether or not there's a positive trend in all respects or at all times or on all measures, I think you can look at statistics a lot of different ways, and I think in education that is very, very important. So I think council's remark about the need to look at a multitude of factors are of course well taken. But again, NACA would simply argue here, for the reasons you raised, sir, that because it was obviously on an upward trend, and because it was certainly performing as well as or better than Baltimore City schools that were its peers or around its group, and because, as Dr. Green says, it wasn't an available and attractive choice for a community, we believe that the decision to close it was arbitrary and capricious and should be reversed.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Haley, and then Dr. McCarthy. I'm sorry, Dr. Getty, I believe you were next. Forgive me. And then Ms. Haley, then Dr. McCarthy, please.
My question, I have two questions. The first one has to do with leadership. If I was a student in a classroom or I was a teacher in a classroom, I'm addressing my comments to Baltimore City. I'm not sure that a FERPA violation would be affecting me in the classroom. I don't think the teacher picking up personal belongings. And I think a lot of the issues that you use as terrible violations of the school wouldn't affect me in a classroom with students if I was the student or the teacher. So can you tell me a little bit more about the leadership of the school and how the principal or the leadership is chosen? And would these issues in the school have been rectified by a change in leadership?
Well, the leadership in the school, the principal was actually a Baltimore City public schools employee.
Right.
And the issues that NACA also had issues when it came to its principal. So I don't know that it would not boil down to a change in leadership. It was a lot of the issues, again, were based on operator capacity. So the operator of the school, those were the issues. That's where that stemmed from. And although as a student, you may not be aware that your rights are being violated, the district has an obligation nonetheless to protect those rights. And although the district had, on multiple occasions made NACA aware of those issues, they continue to do them. So again, NACA is aware of the evaluation process for renewal, and that is one of the areas of evaluation. And they were scored not affected. And so even aside from financial management and governance, even if you look at academics, what counsel for NACA is doing is cherry picking data that is not even relevant to the period in which NACA was reviewed for renewal. Even academically, the charter schools should be moving the needle on academics. And as I noted, for the renewal period prior to the one at issue, they were rated developing. And in the renewal period at issue, they were rated developing. So even academically, when you're looking at the relevant period of time, because we're talking about the period in which the data was reviewed for renewal, not after that. Anything after that wouldn't have changed NACA's renewal outcome, but they were simply not moving the needle when it came to academics or when it came to just operating the school on a day-to-day basis, which is a big part of the school's success. And that trickles down to the students.
Okay, so if there was a FERPA violation in another school that was not a charter, what would be the consequence in that circumstance?
A consequence in that circumstance, the school would then again be put on notice that it needs to rectify that issue, which is what happened with NACA. NACA was made aware of the issue and asked to rectify it, and it did not. So it would be the same. They would be put on notice that it's an issue. They would need to rectify it. It's not something that the district can take lightly.
Okay, my second question is, can you describe the benefits to the students for closing the school?
Again, I noted that, we renew more charter schools than we non-renew. And that's because we take it very seriously when there is a school closure. But, again, we have an obligation to ensure that the students' rights are protected, they're receiving the services they need. So again, while NACA did have community support, because that's not an issue, they had serious other issues. When it came to academics, they weren't moving the needle, and operational issues. So it's something that we take very, very seriously, and it's not something, that, again, we take lightly, but, occasionally when it comes to renewal process, some of the schools, it's a holistic approach, and some of the schools holistically aren't meeting the criteria for renewal.
So I'm not sure you answered my question. I asked you how the students benefit by having the school closed.
Well, academically, they would have the opportunity to perhaps go to another school where they, may be able to perform better academically. So again, it's not something that we take lightly. We understand that it is disruptive, but when a school is being evaluated for renewal, we have a very thorough process for that. And so although, unfortunately, sometimes it is disruptive, it wouldn't be beneficial to the students for that school to remain open and continue on the trajectory that it was on.
What I'd like to do is to go to Ms. Halley at this point, and then Dr. McCarthy, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just looking for clarification. So the point of having charter schools is to allow families that are underserved to have access to a different experience. And in this case, the part where I'm looking for clarification is, I know that you're saying it's beyond the study period, but let's just take this 18-19 performance as saying it's part of the school's performance, and they're increasing the students' performance. But even with that recognition of the increases, it says that they would still have been rated on absolute performance as non-effective. So could you speak to the fact that they are helping their students to grow, but they're still considered to be not effective on absolute performance? So if a charter school goes into an underserved area and their students start out behind grade level, they would, at a point in time, at that snapshot point, be not effective. But if they're moving those children forward at a higher pace, they should be helping to catch them up. That's where I'm getting a mixed signal from the records in this case, if you could clarify that.
So I guess just so I am understanding the question, I think, could you just repeat it for me one more time?
So there's two things that happen in terms of looking at academics. There's what that child looks like at a point in time, which I assume is what you mean by their absolute performance. And then there is what kind of progress are they making? If you look at the 18-19 school year, they made noteworthy progress, 4th and 5th in the city. But their absolute numbers, that snapshot of where that child was at a point in time, said they were not effective. So if they're recruiting students from an area where those students are underserved, they'll come to the school not effective. What we hope these schools do is to increase their performance at an accelerated rate to bring the students back into being effective. And it seems like they are doing that. That's why I'm saying there's a mix here, because they're moving the students ahead, but they're still being rated on absolute performance as not effective.
Well, I guess, you referenced 18-19.
Yeah, I don't buy the argument that it's past the study period, because I'm just looking at, is this a good experience for students? So I want to just put that to the side for a moment. I understand what you're saying. It wasn't part of what was studied. But in terms of the relative performance of the school, I do think it's indicative of, are they being successful academically or are they not being successful?
I mean, while it may be true that perhaps, they did improve at some point after the renewal period, it's hard to really give an answer, because that data wasn't analyzed through the thorough process that we have, which would have allowed us to come to an overall conclusion. The renewal period had ended. So, how can we give an answer or,
I'm only responding to the testimony says, even if you would have considered it. So I'm looking for clarification on this point. It says, despite the increases, the ratings would have been not effective, even had you considered it. That's where I'm trying to understand that rating.
So what I was explaining was, had, and that's in reference to the data. What I was explaining was about the MSDE report card. Had that been considered in the period in which they were evaluated for renewal, they received 1 out of 5 stars, and that was MSDE's rating, receiving 1 out of 5 stars for the 17-18 year.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. There's a paragraph in the case that talks about the 18-19 results, and it's acknowledging this 4th and 5th place rating, but it's also going on to say, despite the increases, the ratings would have dropped from developing to not effective in absolute performance. So that's what I'm trying to understand. If you say, okay, even if we considered them, they would have been considered not effective, on what basis would that have been true?
I'm going to give council one more shot at that, and then we're going to move to the next.
Thank you.
If you have a response for that, a direct response, please feel free to give it. Otherwise, we're going to go to Dr. McCarthy.
And I'm sorry, which part of the record exactly was it that you were referring to?
I am on page 6 in the write-up, and I can't tell you in terms of, it's the document that was forwarded to the board with all of the introduction and the factual background, and it's on page 6 in that, and it is the last full paragraph before the bottom.
Mr. Schoen, can you help counsel there?
Yes, I sure can.
Okay.
So in NACA's, the local board explained in its post-trial memorandum to the administrative law judge that if the 2018-2019 data were used in NACA's renewal instead of the 2017-2018 data, the noted increase would not have elevated NACA's overall developing rating in the academics. And there was an affidavit of, I don't know if it was you, but it says Jones affidavit. So I believe that is what Ms. Howley is referencing.
Right. I can't understand how you could have being acknowledged as 4th and 5th in the city and then that summary conclusion. I don't understand how they go together.
All righty. I'm going to, with your permission, I'm going to move to Dr. McCarthy.
So thank you. I appreciate it. As a diagnostician by training and trade, I always look at differences in scores, and I'm looking at math outperforming English grades. So my question is, I guess to Mr. Gormley, what is the population of learners? Are there a lot of English learners and children that qualify under the farm qualification there in school?
I'm not sure of the exact numbers, Doctor. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that was in the record below, so I'm not prepared on that point, but I would agree, of course, if the board likes, I can follow up in a post-hearing memorandum, and I will get that information for the board if the board would like to have it. I believe that the comments that have been made by the board to date have been quite perceptive in terms of the fact that if an underserved child comes to the school, regardless of their eligibility for any given program, that child will in fact have been underserved in the past and is likely to be behind and below standard. And I think that the board has been quite perceptive in noting that really it's the delta that matters. It's how well the school moves the child ahead that matters. They can't control where the child came from, but they certainly can control the experience that they give the child. And I think that the record here is quite clear that that experience in NACA was quite good. I think also when you look at the operator ratings, which were the excuse given for not renewing NACA, you see that most rubric is supposed to be on financial management and the objective stuff, and there NACA was given the highest possible rating. So again, much like the grades improving and yet NACA being called not effective academically, I think the finances having the best possible rating for in terms of their financial management and other management practices, and yet being rated not effective in capacity is yet another indication that the decision was arbitrary and capricious and without reason, notwithstanding the fact that you could find a few excuses. And they would also point out again to the board that with respect to any violation of federal law, FERPA, any student privacy laws, anything of that nature, there was never any student nor any parent that ever complained. All these things.
Thank you, Mr. Gormley.
May I move on to Dr. Lee?
Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. I have a question that's about process. So in looking at the past decisions about NACA, it looks like it was approved originally for the full 8 years, and then it tried to get 5 years and got 3, and then it got 3 again, and then this time it was disapproved. So my question is, when it was getting the 3, was it made clear that if you don't improve what you're doing significantly, you will be terminated? Because there seems to be a difference in expectations where the appellant is saying that they've been approved for 3 years with kind of a similar record, and now you change the rules on them. But it could also be seen as you went from 8 years to 3 instead of 5, and that was a signal. And I think the school system is saying you knew this was coming. So I guess I'm trying to reconcile what was explicitly explained to the appellant when they got the 3-year renewal versus the 5-year, and then a second time a 3-year before this time.
Thank you, Doctor. I think that's a very insightful question. Unfortunately, I don't think, again, that issue was developed in the record below, although I think perhaps it should have been from the way Your Honor puts it. I don't think that issue was developed. I would say that to my knowledge, NACA was never told, well, this is a 3-year renewal and you're on probation and you have to raise your standards. And if you don't meet the high enough standards to get the maximum renewal next time, you're going to be terminated. In other words, we'll give you another renewal, medium length. Next time you're either getting the full length renewal or you're getting terminated. I don't think that was ever communicated. Apropos of that, I think there's been a consistent problem with Baltimore City communicating standards to NACA. And I think that's shown throughout the record in this case. Council said repeatedly that NACA was put on notice of these violations that it did not correct. However, NACA never progressed all the way through the Baltimore City school system's disciplinary proceedings, and that's clear in the record. In fact, NACA was given warnings, and then they were never followed up with any probation notices or anything at all. I think they had 3 warnings in the record, and none of them were ever elevated to a punishment level, indicating that they were all resolved before they reached the next stage of dealing with it. And that's very clear in the record. So I don't think NACA was given any fair warning at all that they were going to be closed. I do not suspect they were with respect to the 3-year and 3-year and then the final, the closure. I think that...
Pardon me, Mr. Gorman, I'd like to just hear counsel for the school system. Do you have a comment on that question about process?
Yes, so the shorter renewal period is indicative of the need to correct issues. NACA had some of the same issues in its 3-year renewal period that it did when it was up for renewal in the period at issue. So NACA received a shorter renewal period because it had these issues and it failed to correct those issues. And as a result of that failure, and as a result of not moving the needle when it came to academics and not being effective in financial management and governance, the school was not renewed. And again, NACA has gone through the renewal process on multiple occasions, and so they are aware of what the process is and what the expectations are. So this was not something that should have been surprising to NACA.
Okay. Do we have any burning issues that need to be addressed? We have the full record. Dr. Green, you have one question?
One question, yes. What we've encountered in past issues with charter schools is that this discussion sometimes is a moot issue because the school has been closed, the building has been returned, the students have been dispersed. Is that the case with NACA?
I believe we stand ready to reopen if and when we can. We know some equipment has been taken from us. We made sure that it was cataloged correctly when it went, we hope. And so it could be given back, we think. I think our cohort would certainly return. They seem to be anxious to do so from everything we're hearing. The building stands ready to be occupied. It is immediately across the street from the Northwood Apple Community Church.
Okay.
and
So the answer is to the question is that it's closed.
it's closed, but I believe it would.
But you believe you have an ability to reopen. Okay.
Yes.
Are there any other burning questions that we need to ask at this time? Not. I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, Council. Since there are no more questions from the board will deliberate and will issue an opinion. Thank you very much for your argument.
So thank you very much. Very nicely done. Okay. Let me find my notes so I'll know what to do next. Okay. I'm going to read a statement to for us to reconvene an executive session pursuant with sections 3-305B7 and 305B13 of the General Provisions article of the Annotated Code of Maryland. The State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 2 appeals, 2 draft orders, 2 oral arguments, and a closed discussion of the state aid funding for fiscal year 22, protected information under the governor's executive privilege. We will reconvene in approximately 2 hours. So it'll be around 4:15, 2 hours. I believe I need a motion to adjourn. Dr. McCarthy.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion from Dr. McCarthy, seconded by Dr. Green. Seeing no questions, we will take a voice vote. If you can activate your video so that we can see you. All those in favor of adjourning to executive session, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please signal. Those abstaining. Okay, so let's dial in.
President Crawford, just a clarification. You said we should come back at 4:15 and our agenda originally called for 3:15. So you're aware that you're extending the meeting, yes?
We extended the meeting because we extended the discussion.
Okay, so, thank you very much.
Yeah, so it's 2 hours. We're allotting essentially the same 2 hours. So it's longer because we had a much richer discussion.
Unfortunately, I have to leave at 3 or 3:30, unfortunately.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
All righty. Okay, so let's move to the executive session. Thank you.
Surely necessary.
You can hear me over the system. Doesn't work. Mm-hmm.
Are we supposed to log off here and log on somewhere else?
You're on.
Are we supposed to log off here and then log on to a new site? I think we're supposed to log off.
Mr. Bartley, this is Charlene. That is correct. Elliot, you need to log off and log on to.
I thought I did. Okay.
That also goes for Dr. Wilcox and Dr. Getty. And also Dr. Salmon.
What did I do, Charlene?
You need to log out of this room and log into the other WebEx meeting room.
Oh, I'm in. Okay, sorry.
That's okay. Brian, can you hear me?
I can. You should see the graphic now. I can. You should see the graphic now.
I can. Great. Looks great. Thank you.
Super.
quick. I really hope this helps you. So if you've done everything else in ODS, because this happened to me, like you've ran as an administrator, done all your driving up, but you've done ODS, you're gonna have to I'm gonna show you guys what this is actually a screen capture of this red box. For some reason, this is right off.
Charlene, can you take down the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Looks like we have a quorum. Okay, let me now.
President Crawford, this is Charlene.
In what queue?
I'm having some difficulty pulling it down. Can you bear with me?
All righty.
Okay.
Well, while we're waiting, I'm just going to go ahead and repeat the opening remarks. And that is that we're resuming our virtual meeting. The public can access this meeting through the town hall and YouTube live streams that are located on the State Board's meeting website. The meeting agenda and materials will also be posted there. The archived video will also be posted to the website. During the meeting, only board members and staff presenters will be able to speak. Very good. Mr. Schoen, would you be kind enough to read out the opinions?
President Crawford, I'd be happy to.
How?
We have several opinions and orders to announce today. And Kevin and Eliza E. versus Montgomery County Board of Education. The State Board remands the matter to the local board for additional proceedings consistent with
Charlene,
the
how?
decision. In the matter of Comar 13A010508, which was a petition for a declaratory ruling, the board interpreted Comar 13A08010508 to mean that hearing transcript expenses are apportioned equally among parties to the
It
appeal.
says closing this tab will remove its content from all
And
participants.
Van Perskins versus et al. Versus Montgomery County Board of Education. The State Board affirmed the decision of the local board. And I will get the numbers for you of these decisions later. I don't have them right now.
Sure.
Our orders in Liberty Elevator Experts LLV versus LLC versus Prince George's County Board of Education, which was bid protest. The board denied the appeal. And in the matter of the request for removal of a local board member, the board denied the request to remove the board member. That is what I have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn. Oh, I'm sorry, Laura, Ms. Morrow.
I have one quick question. So I know we've gone back and forth on the dashboard, and I believe Kazam mentioned it earlier. Is that something that's going to be posted before our January meeting, or do we expect action on that later in January?
We will bring it to you at the January meeting with the population of the first term metrics and also the data that the board had wanted. So you'll get to see that prior to the board meeting, but we'll deal with it then.
Okay, thank you. And all the slides from the earlier presentations will all be added to the agenda online, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? If not, then The floor is open to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Rachel McCusker.
Second, Gail Bates.
So it's been properly moved and seconded. Any questions? See no questions? I think we'll just do a voice and hand vote. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No opposition. Okay. And no abstentions. All right. Have a great day. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a happy holidays, everyone.
Happy holidays to everyone.
Yes.
Blessed New Year.